Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. And don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member.
This year in the death of Hussein Murray and the unlawful imprisonment of his wife, Linda, who thankfully did survive the ordeal.
Before we get you into court, here's a look back at this case.
A year ago, you're going to hear that Linda Murray and her husband, Hussein Murray, who would also go by the name Sam, were enjoying the fruits of their 54 years of marriage. That life that they were living and were expected to continue to live came to an abrupt end starting on October 10th of 2024 when there was a knock on the door.
And this is what I am prepared to concede today, is that Mr. Hernandez did not work alone. The question for you, as Joshua's Wazoo's jurors, is whether he is the second man.
We got one down. We got one down.
What happens when you're asking about your husband?
Zawazu tells me that he's sleeping, and I know there's blood on his vest, and I start screaming, and Hernandez hits me in the face to cover my mouth.
Defendant Hernandez started a year before with his contact with Mr. Murray. He had personal contact at his pawn shop in Hamtramck a year before.
But there's quite a difference between what you're able to perceive in all of the videos that have been shown to you and take a good look at who that second person is. And ask yourself, is that really proof beyond a reasonable doubt that it's Joshua Zuazo or is it somebody else?
Count 1, first-degree felony murder. Guilty as charged of first-degree felony murder. Count 2, unlawful imprisonment. Guilty as charged.
For count 1, first-degree felony murder, the jury finds defendant Hernandez guilty as charged first-degree felony murder. Count 2, unlawful imprisonment, the jury finds defendant Hernandez guilty as charged.
All right, that was the trial. We remember that. And boy, the key witness there was the wife. You know, she had survived, lost her husband in such a horrible way. These guys were just trying to steal money, and so they end up killing the guy in the basement. Let's go back now. Let's go into the courtroom, watch the sentencing from the beginning.
5 and 47 on the docket, People versus Carlos Hernandez and People versus Joshua Zuazo. Case number 2024-291-945 FC and 2024-291.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Michael McCarthy, P30169 on behalf of Joshua Zuazo. He's seated in the jury box.
Michelle Lawton on behalf of Carlos Hernandez, who is seated in the jury box as well.
All right, good afternoon to all of you. Date and time for sentencing. I have had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence report. Is there any additional deletions or corrections as it pertains to Mr. Zuazo?
Your Honor, as to the pre-sentence report, no. I do not have any objections to the personal background information regarding Mr. Zuazo.
They can both stand up. You're being sentenced. Stand up.
And Mr. Zuazo, when I met a few days ago, we went through the report together, and he confirmed that the report itself is accurate. I do have one objection to raise to a sentencing guideline assessment, but beyond that, as far as the report itself goes, no objection.
Well, which guideline?
It is OV, offense variable 19, and the assessment is for 10 points for otherwise interfere with the administration of justice. And what I would relate, my understanding of the factual record is that Mr. Zuazo was arrested, I believe, on the 14th day of October last year. He was on a job site. The SWAT team came in to make that arrest. He was cooperative at the time. He did not otherwise interfere with the administration of justice. That was the first time he had any encounter with law enforcement as far as the investigation in this case goes. And I don't know of any time after his arrest that he otherwise interfered with the administration of justice. So it's for that reason that I'm raising an objection to the assessment of 10 points for OV 19. And I will tell the court that the total score is 120 points, the offense variable score. And so it's not going to make any difference in terms of what the guideline range is, but I don't want, as trial counsel on behalf of Mr. Zuazo, to let what I believe he is to go unchallenged.
And just to be clear, we're obviously not talking about the felony murder. You're talking about the guidelines as they pertain to count 2 and 3.
That's correct.
Okay, what's the people's position?
Your Honor, the people believe that it's properly scored. The fact that the sheriff's office very efficiently tracked down the defendant and had him arrested at his house doesn't negate what he did between the murder and his arrest, which was the fact that he tried to get rid of the evidence. In fact, defendant Hernandez had some of his evidence in his possession. He also was involved in having the vehicle that had been used in that part of the arson of that, and also the fact that the charge itself for those 2 counts does say that it was in perpetration of escaping the conviction of getting away from flight with a felony. So it's actually built into the charge.
My recollection is that the defendant Zuazo went about his normal life after having committed the offense, that he went to work and it was an attempt to pretend or act as if none of this had occurred. So I do think that he's properly scored and that he did obstruct justice by not cooperating and participating in that aftermath of this murder. Anything else?
No, that is.
Judge, regarding Mr. Zuazo, before we leave him to talk about Mr. Hernandez, we have to address the habitual offender notice, which was properly given. People believe that all three of those convictions are referenced in the PSI. I believe the defendant acknowledged the PSI was correct. The first one, the habitual regarding a prior conviction for prisoner possessing a weapon that occurred in the year 2015. That's referenced in the PSI as number 6 of 7. The second prior conviction, which was an armed robbery conviction out of 2010, was also referenced in the PSI as number 5 of 7. And the third prior conviction for felony receiving, concealing stolen property of a motor vehicle out of 2005 is reference number 4 out of 7. I do think the court needs to take notice of that. For the record, it does affect the guidelines.
Can you agree that that's accurate, Mr. McCarthy?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court is going to take
Mr. Zuazo confirmed all of those convictions were led to the report this past Saturday.
Okay, all right, the court's going to take notice of the defendant is in fact being sentenced as a habitual for.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Ms. Lofton, any changes on behalf of defendant Hernandez?
Nothing to the report, but I do have 2 separate guideline issues that I'd like to address.
Okay, go ahead.
OB1, this is in conviction count 2 of 3, so the unlawful imprisonment. OB1 is currently scored at 10 points. OB1 is aggravated use of a weapon. 10 points should be scored if the victim was touched by any other type of weapon. In all of the testimony that was presented, I don't believe that it was proven or even mentioned that a weapon was used. If we are to believe that this assault took place by fists, I say that it absolutely should not be scored. He wasn't touched by a weapon. Mr. Hernandez is not charged with any offenses relating to a weapon, so I don't believe it's properly scored. OB2 also piggybacks on that same line of thinking.
All right, we're going to get in a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have more of the sentencing hearing. Stay with us.
We're about to hear some victim impact statements. Let's go into the courtroom right now.
OB2 is lethal potential of weapon possessed or used. He is currently scored at 1 point. 1 point should only be assessed. Says the offender possessed or used any other potentially lethal weapon. I argue that that was absolutely not proven at trial.
Oh, people?
Judge, starting with her last argument first, the court is very aware that the testimony showed that the victim had and carried his sidearm. That sidearm was missing. It was never recovered, so he was possessed. It was missing. The defendants did take that weapon. He was in possession or aiding and abetting the possession of the weapon. So I think that is just logically consistent. And I think the court did hear that.
Something have to be used in the course of the crime.
One is the possession of it, correct? And then for her first argument, you heard the testimony of both the first responders who described the scene and initially thought that it was gunshots. That's how horrific the scene was to them. And then you heard the medical examiner's testimony talking about the blunt force trauma, indicating that a weapon was also consistent with being used in that. There was also the weights that were found right next to him that had lots of blood on it. I believe that you could find from the preponderance of the evidence presented that that's properly scored.
All right, the court does find that OB1 is properly scored at 10. The images that the court viewed as it pertained to the victim, Mr. Murray here, certainly could be described as being brutal in nature and not likely to have just been able to have been committed by fists. So there were items within that basement that could have been used as a weapon. So the court does think OB1 is properly scored at 10. And conversely, OB2 is properly scored at 1. Defense's objections are noted for the record. All right, any other changes as it pertains to the PSI for defendant Hernandez?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we're going to get to allocution.
Judge, I hate to interrupt, but again, for the habitual offender notice for Mr. Hernandez, I believe it needs to be acknowledged on the record regarding the habitual that has been filed. He has 3 prior convictions for felonies, 1 in 2012 for prisoner attempted possession of a weapon. That's number 5 to 7 in the PSI. A 2006 conviction, third degree criminal sexual conduct. That's listed as number 3 of 7 in the PSI. And a prior conviction for felon in possession of a firearm in 2006. That's listed as number 47 in the PSI. And I believe those should be taken notice of for the record.
All right, Ms. Lofton, you agree with that? I agree. All right, the court is going to take notice that defendant Hernandez is also a habitual fourth offender. All right, so before we get to allocation, I'll obviously give the parties an opportunity to speak. It's my understanding you have some victims who would like to speak.
Yes, the three sons would like to speak briefly, Judge.
Would you like the defendants to remain standing or be seated during the statement?
Take a stand.
Lady Bird, if you could approach.
Your Honor, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh, criminal indictment 2023-0091, continuation of jury trial. Defendants present in court with counsel. Counsel starting with Commonwealth. Kindly identify yourselves once again for the court and the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth. Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Dipton for Mr. Walsh.
Right. Madam Clerk, before I lose these on the record, I'm handing you back these two to them. I'm going to have marked for identification the information I asked from the parties this morning. I've just handwritten on whose is who, so that can be marked as the next step. I think it might be N for identification. The first 2 pages that I asked for from both of the parties.
Oh, you want them both to be in?
They go together. It's my handwriting on the top as to whose is who. All right, do we need to discuss anything before we bring Mr. Lutlu in?
I have a few things that I would like to discuss. It could be after Mr. Mutlu, but there are a few things before the jury comes in that I would like to discuss about witnesses that I'm going to be doing directs of today.
All right, why don't we discuss that now?
Thank you. Could we see you at the side of the bench?
Oh, sure.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have some quiet time right now. The court is at sidebar, so that's why we're at quiet time. As you all can see, Ada has graciously joined us today. Um, even though she is not feeling 100%. So let's send the good vibes and hugs to her for a speedy recovery, so she can enjoy her graduation weekend and her passing review and walking the stage for a very well hard earned diploma. So I'm not too much at words, so I really don't know as you what to say at this time. But give me a moment and I'll think of something. So we'll put a little bit of music on while we're waiting for the sidebar to be finished.
Hey, y'all. Yep, this is Ada. Mhm. I don't have much of a voice this morning, but I just want to go on and tell y'all thank you for praying for my father. He's in stable condition at this point. I'm waiting on a phone call from mom to let me know how he did last night. I don't care what I look like. I don't care what I sound like. I am walking that stage Saturday come hell or high water. So, um, anyway, I'm not going to talk anymore. It hurts too bad. I'll see you in a little bit. I have some good news for all of those who know Angela. She texted me this morning and says, I got into my Scientology of Law class. Congratulations. And that is a hard class to get into. I am so proud of you. And I can't wait to celebrate your graduation.
Okay, while we're waiting for the sidebar of Brian Walsh to finally conclude, we or I got a post today in my daily mailbox of a trial or of a case that happened in Switzerland. Okay, I'm just going to kind of read this. Husband is charged with redroming, redroming, and Miss Switzerland finalist, mother of two, who was strangled, pureed in a blender, and had her cut out. A husband has been charged with the brutally redroming Miss Switzerland finalist wife after he allegedly strangled her and pureed her body parts in a blender. The 41-year-old, who was named in
What?
the local media by the cinnamon of Thomas due to Switzerland privacy law, is accused of decapitating Christina Jux. Yeah. And cutting her out of her 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 ravished body was found in their home in Bingen near Basel on February 13th of 2024. According to a neighbor, the couple, two young children, also lived in the house. The Basel Landscraft Public Prosecutor Office has now concluded its criminal investigation and a trial date to yet be set. I know that Ada is going to start after the first of the year, going back into international cases. And we have a mod that does our research, and I've sent this to her to see if we can get more information on this case and see if we can follow it. Also, Angelica is from that area, and maybe we can get a little bit of tidbit from the country itself on how they feel about this. So this guy here sounds like Brian Walsh, just more sadistic.
June, that is sadistic. And someone asked who was talking. This is June, my fabulous mod boss. As you could tell, I am really struggling with my voice. I'm hoping after some coffee, at least I could maybe talk better. But thank you, Jude. That is a case we'll definitely be putting on our international law Wednesdays. So, yeah, thank you. That's so gross. Really. How do people come up with this?
Yeah, and the other thing of it is I do not. I apologize for butchering some of the names, but unless I have my interpreter, which is Angelica, on some of these names, it's really hard to pronounce them. So, and there's some words that I don't know if I can say or not say. Um, but I'm gonna go ahead and do a little more reading. Excuse me. An autopsy report has shown that Thomas had allegedly carefully removed her, which was the only organ cut out of her torso. Some of the wife's body parts were said to have been forced into a powerful industrial blender in which he allegedly pureed them, as well as dissolving some in a chemical solution. Investigators found while allegedly cutting up the mother of two bodies, Thomas played YouTube videos on his phone. Do we have how to red room videos on YouTube? There's a picture of the couple. This one is the 41-year-old who was named in local media with the synonym.
I'm not seeing it. I'll show it. You keep talking.
You're not seeing it. I got to share, don't I?
Okay, wait. Your mic is very echoey all of a sudden. Oh, sorry.
Okay, how's
It
this
hurts.
now?
It's try again.
How are we doing now?
It's still echoey, but better. I'm going to show the couple.
Okay.
There's their couple.
Okay. That's the couple right there. It looks like it's on their wedding day. And I also like to look up about their privacy laws that they have there. Here she is. Here she is on.
Here, who is?
I'm still scrolling, but it's not changing on the screen. I don't know why. Okay. Oh,
I'm getting ready to add third camera spot for Angela.
Okay. Because I have to drop Brian, so I'll continue going. We can show the pictures when we.
There we go.
Okay.
Coffee's helping my throat. Thank God.
Good. Okay. Okay. And as you can see, Brian is still at sidebar. So I'm going to read some more on this. And because it's actually just is really sickening. Okay, so right now I'm going to take this one down. And boom. And there's Mr. Walsh. So
Y'all, you're catching my mods. You're catching my mod talking to herself. You have no idea how much I do that off. When you say, your mic is off, I'm talking to myself.
Yeah, okay. I want to be monitoring Brian, but I'm going to go back to the sentencing hearing. So give me just a moment, please, to switch.
Okay. Joksimovic or Joksimovic is the name.
I couldn't figure out how to say it. Okay, so now I need to switch.
If you notice, his face is blurred out. She was gorgeous. Oh my gosh. I'm going to share the screen real quick.
Go ahead.
So y'all can see how gorgeous this young woman was and the fact that he did this. My brain is not quite there. Was this her husband who did this in the picture?
Yes. Yes.
Why did they blur out his face? See, his face is blurred in that photo.
Something with the Switzerland privacy, you might want to expand your screen.
I don't think I can, Boo.
Oh, okay.
Because then I get all the advertising
never
crap.
mind, never mind.
Yeah, but in the picture I showed you, this one, give me a second. Window, that one. His face is not blurred. See?
Yeah. That top one, yeah.
But she is so beautiful. That is horrible. He put her in a blender.
Yes.
Is that what you said? Okay, here.
Yes.
Autopsy found the cause of death was strangulation. If you see my neck right now, you'd swear I've been choked. I've got a red rash all the way around. What part of her body was not taken out? You said there was a part of her torso that was taken out?
The word, I don't know if we can say it or not. The one that starts with a W. W-O.
Oh, uterus, womb. Yes, you can say womb.
Okay.
Uterus. That's fine.
I was just wondering,
Some of his wife's body parts have been forced into a powerful blender. He pureed as well as dissolving some chemical solution. While cutting up the mother of two's body. Oh my gosh, she's a mother of two. Look at that. Dang. Oh, poor baby. Autopsy found that Joe Simovic cause of death was strangulation. The experts who analyzed the dismemberment of her body said Thomas used a jigsaw, knife, and a pair of garden shears to dismember Christina, either before throwing various body parts into industrial blender and dissolving with the chemical. What was he going to do with them? Drink them?
Well, maybe he was trying to do a Brian Walsh just a little bit better to where he may not get caught.
He broke her hip joints out of socket and went to just like a chicken bone. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. So he originally claimed he found his wife's dead body by the stairs in their family home, but then later said that he strangled her in self-defense against an alleged knife attack. Wow. That is insane, y'all. How did he get caught? He claims fear stressed him out to the extent that he did not give him time to reflect on his decision and question his actions while his controlled mechanisms were missing due to a shock. Shock of what? Shaka Khan? I'm like, what the hell is this?
Well, our fabulous research mod, JJT.
Can you embiggen your screen? My apologies.
Embiggen my screen.
On the Brian Walsh trial.
Yeah, I was going to switch. Yeah, I can. Hang on. As soon as I can.
I wonder why we have such a long sidebar. Is he going to plead guilty? Is he pleading guilty? Do we have that kind of hope?
I honestly do not know.
Okay, here they come back. All right, embiggen your screen. They're back.
Yeah, I gotta find it real quick.
It's a very, and then X out of the.
I'm sliding off the back of my chair.
You're so good. As long as I'm drinking coffee, I can talk. Otherwise, it ain't. It's a no bueno.
Okay. We will be covering the finishing of the sentencing hearing that we started to watch, and I'm still looking for that other case.
Yo, it sucks being sick. I'm not going to put my face up right now. But I have a rash that goes all the way around my chest, up around my neck, all the way around the back of my neck. I don't know. I guess it's fever.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth will call Mr. Jim Mutlu.
Jim who? Mutnick? Good morning, Miss Angela. Good to see you, babe.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Just step up, just watch your step. Slide this chair underneath. You can have a seat.
Ooh, he's snazzy. He looks like Sean Connery, but on the skinny side.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Excellent, we can hear you. I'm just gonna ask if you can keep that microphone reasonably close to you, sir. Can you please spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. It's officially spelled C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And can you state your name for us, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
And sir, right now I'd like to just focus on asking you some questions about a conversation you had with Anna Walsh on December 29th of 2022. Why did you call her that day? Why did you two talk that day?
I called her to congratulate her on her closing.
And how long was the conversation?
I believe it was about 45 minutes.
And besides congratulating her on the closing, what else did the two of you talk about?
We caught up as friends. We talked about plans and also her life at the time, how she was feeling, and yeah, we caught up on a number of things.
Okay, so what did she tell you about her life at the time?
That what I got from it was that there were some issues, marital issues included, and yeah, and that I told her, I said, I don't want you to be too strong. Have you considered therapy? And she said yes.
Okay. What is your memory of what she said as far as marital issues? And not your feeling, but what you remember the conversation to be, sir.
Sure. Part of it was that she was going back and forth from DC, which was taking a toll on her, and the fact that that Brian had not been able to leave Massachusetts, so the children were here, and that was a huge burden on her psyche, and that, you know, there were other issues. I don't recall with precision as to what they were. I do recall clearly making a mental note to say, this is going to be a much longer conversation, face to face, together, and a conversation obviously we never had an opportunity to have.
Okay, so within that conversation, when she had discussions with you about marital issues, it was I want to make sure that we've got this right. The difficulty of traveling, was that it, one of them? For work?
The fact that she was not seeing the children
Okay.
frequently.
All right,
Yeah.
so that's more accurate, and I don't want to misstate what you're saying, sir.
That's correct.
Not seeing the children, and was also another part of it that Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts.
That's correct.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir. I want to make sure that I'm getting your memory of the conversation. Is that what your memory of the conversation is?
Well, my memory of the conversation is that they had marital issues and that she was seeking counseling for all the difficulties in her life, including marital issues.
Okay.
And I encouraged her to do the same because she's a very strong person. And
Yes.
yet I specifically remember telling her, I don't want you to be too strong.
Okay. And within the marital issues, did she say specifically what the marital issues were?
I don't recall going into detail during that conversation. There was another conversation we had in the summer. I remember that the parts of that conversation, that was almost a 2-hour-long conversation. I was in Puerto Rico at the time, and she and I had a lengthy conversation. At that time, she said that that Brian's art fraud case was taking its toll, that attorney fees were piling up, and that there was a lot of strain financially, a lot of difficulty, and yeah.
Okay, but more to the point of December 29th, I'm going to ask you again.
Yeah.
Did she say anything in the December 29th conversation with you about Brian not being able to leave Massachusetts?
I don't recall with precision. I recall the feeling of it. I do not recall with precision as to whether those words in particular were spoken.
Certainly. And do you have any memory of when she discussed marital problems with you on December 29th? Any issues of not seeing the children? Of her stating that?
Again, I do not recall with precision what words were spoken.
Okay.
That was the gist of a lot of her problems.
Okay. So when you say that's the gist, is that the gist from the December 29th conversation, or is that your understanding of her overall problems?
I believe it's both.
Okay. All right. So now I want to ask you about New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, did you see Anna texting at all?
I did.
And from what you know of New Year's Eve, not from what people told you afterwards, do you know who she was texting to?
Yeah. That I recall, I believe she was texting Abdullah. I believe she was texting Will Fasto. And I believe she may have been texting Emily, a mutual friend, and other people were texting her. It was New Year's Eve, so there was a lot of back and forth texting. Yeah.
And how do you know this from New Year's Eve? What did you experience, see, or what did you experience on New Year's Eve that lets you know this?
I was sitting right next to her at the kitchen table.
And did she ever say, now the three of, did you ever
Kitchen counter.
Kitchen counter.
Yeah.
Did you ever?
Stools on the counter there?
Yes, there were stools on the counter.
And were you and Anna seated on
on the same side, on the
Okay.
same side. I was seated here and she was to my left.
directly side by side?
Directly side by side.
Did she ever show you her phone that night? When she was sitting with you there?
She had her phone with her. She took a picture of us that night. Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. With the picture, do you remember who she sent it to that night. Not, and this is what I'm really going to focus you, sir, is that night, not what people told you afterwards. Do you have a memory of who she may have sent the picture you took with her that night?
I believe that she said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto.
And, sir.
Out loud, she said that?
I believe so. I believe she said that to me that night. Let's take a picture out loud. Yes, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. Again, I do not remember it with precision, but I do remember the picture being taken. Yeah.
And sir, is it fair to say that along the lines of that statement, you told that to me yesterday at lunch? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you told me that before, to your memory?
I do not recall.
Okay. And on New Year's Eve, did you have any conversations with Anna about marital problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Brian about marital problems?
No.
And I think that that covers the subject matter of what you. So I have no further questions at this point in time.
Good
Thank you.
morning. You had just mentioned a conversation that you had with Ms. Walsh on the 29th of December.
Yes.
If I could just have you lean into that mic so we can hear you.
Sure.
And during that conversation, you told us that she mentioned, I think it was difficult to be away from her kids.
I believe so, yes.
And I think you said at one point that it was difficult to travel back and forth.
I believe so. I mean, those are things that I knew about her anyway. We were very close friends.
Well, let me just stop you. When you say those were things you knew about her anyway,
Yes.
what we're trying to do is focus you on things that she told you herself during that conversation. So as you sit here right now, do you have a memory of specifically what she told you herself on that 12:29 phone call?
I do not remember everything that was said during a 45-minute conversation with Anna that night.
So let me just jump in here for a second. You had a conversation with Anna Walsh on December 29th, 2022.
I did.
And you remember the conversation was about 45 minutes long.
That's correct.
So what I want you to distinguish between, sir, is you don't have to remember the exact words that she used these years later, but you have to have a memory that she actually said what you're discussing, as opposed to this feeling, this gist. You have a memory that she, even if you don't remember the exact words, that she did discuss with you, for instance, what counsel just said, this idea of being troubled by not seeing the children.
So again, shortly after, I discussed, I've explained over a 2.5 hour statement to Detective Harrison what I remembered because it was all fresh. And that testimony you do have. Okay. What I do not remember.
I assume you reviewed that in connection with your testimony here today?
I'm sorry?
Have you reviewed your prior statements to the police?
I have not. Right. No, I have not. I have not. So it's been 3 years, and that's why some of the very words that were spoken, I do not remember. I do remember very specifically having made a mental note to say, she has told me that there are marital issues, that she is seeking counseling, that it's been hard on her, and that this gets to be a much longer conversation. So I made that note, and I was going to reach out to her after the New Year's Eve event to schedule a time in person to speak about those issues.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You used the term marital issues. When you first started talking to us this morning, you stated what I got from the conversation. And you had told us that, you were close with Anna, right?
Yes, very close.
So when you say that you got from her, was it just your feeling that during this conversation that she was having marital issues, or she specifically said the words marital issues?
I do not recall her using the words marital issues. I recall her talking about problems with Brian.
And when you say problems with Brian, the two that you have specified were being away from the children and going back and forth from work.
I'll take a minute to try and remember if there was anything else that was, that I can remember right now.
Well, and he previously testified today that Brian not being able to come to DC.
So the feeling that you got was that she was having marital issues, but it wasn't a statement that she said to you.
No, it was, she did mention problems. She did mention issues. I just don't recall her using the words marital issues.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like us to be heard at sidebar? I'm happy to say, Your Honor, I think that.
Hold on. Now you may speak.
Thank you. I apologize.
All right.
I don't have eyes back here. So
you are unmuted.
Witness stated she told me there are marital issues, and then when asked about the term marital issues, he stated that there were problems in the marriage, being away from the children, traveling back and forth from work. I would suggest that those come from that conversation, and that is absent of a feeling or a gist and would be admissible. And I would ask, and I would actually even lead on that just to make sure that we're going to the right portion and I'm not misstating what he said.
Well, I'll hear from the defense both with regard to the initial argument and also what's your position if I do let what's your position with regard to leading?
I would object. I don't think it's appropriate or necessary. He's a grown man. If there's an objection, I will make it. I don't think this is appropriate to lead this particular witness where they want him to go. With respect to the testimony, I don't think he should be able to use the term marital issue or marital problems. He was consistently pressed about what Anna told him. It's clear that this was his feeling, his characterization of that conversation. The purpose of this hearsay exception is to admit specific statements of a witness to show state of mind or motive. It is not a chance for this witness to pontificate about his feelings and responses to that witness. So I think he should be limited to just what she said. And I would object if he starts talking about marital problems or marital issues, because I believe that was his characterization.
All right. So as I said to him, he doesn't have to remember the exact words that she used. What he needs to remember is that she actually said it to him. It seems to me there are at least 3 things that he recalls her saying to him, maybe not the exact words, but they, as you just went through, that the back and forth was taking a toll on her, not seeing the children. I don't know if you put those 2 as one, that Brian hadn't been able to leave Massachusetts. And that was a huge burden on her psyche, I think is what he said. I think those are fair statements that he can bring in. I don't think he's had the benefit now of this voir dire in which he's gotten a little bit of legal instruction. I don't know how it's going to play out real time with regard to that word marital problem, marital issues. But I suspect we'll take that as it comes. He may stay away from that just because he's just been cautioned and just been sort of made aware of the distinction of that he doesn't recall her using those words. So I suspect he won't bring that out. If he does, we'll either clarify it by saying, do you have any memory of her actually using those words? And I will entertain a motion to strike. But I think the general gist of he remembers enough of that conversation that some of it's going to come in, the 3 parts that I have indicated. Because it came up, I'd rather get out in front of this issue than being in the backside of it. Is the Commonwealth intending to bring up during his examination the Puerto Rico conversation?
No, Your Honor, that is the first I heard of it. I wouldn't do that.
All right. And then the other information that he provided, I guess, to the Commonwealth yesterday.
that Anna said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. I assume the defendant isn't objecting to that.
We're not, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else we need to cross?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
What time is it? Oh, they're already here. It's great. We can bring them in and then we'll get to it.
Your Honor, could I just have that break to talk to the witness?
You may. I'm just going to stay on the bench and take some notes. But
I will
you
be right back.
can go do that.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, if I may step out for a moment as well?
You may.
Thank you.
Y'all, I love the politeness that's happening here. But that was a good argument, y'all. By the way, my voice is only alive due to coffee and a lollipop. Thank you, mods, for having this today. I will be leaving to go to the hospital in a few hours. Just FYI.
those, the next three.
Oh, yes.
Pretty much
I
exhibits.
apologize.
Thank you.
That's already 147.
Please, when I can. All set for the jury?
Okay, guys, I'm going to talk.
Who is entering, all rise. And short step.
Harry, all persons having anything to do for the Honorable Judge Grenier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, leave your attendance, and you shall be heard. I'll say the Commonwealth. May be seated. Court is in session.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Jurors, welcome back to the courtroom. We'll start today, as we do every day, with our conversation about the rules. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? And you were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Yes. And were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media or go on any news media? And you all still have open minds? Yes. With those 4 questions, for the record, all answered in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Jim Mutlu.
Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony that you give in the cause now in hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Right this way, sir. Take your time, just watch your step. Sharon, you can have a seat.
Thank you.
Just pull that chair a little tighter. Okay, just keep your voice up when you speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
Sure. It's C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And could you tell us your name, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
Sir, what do you do for work?
I'm a realtor.
How long have you been a realtor?
About 25 years.
And what geographic area do you sell?
Boston, suburbs, and eastern Massachusetts.
Commercial or residential?
Residential.
And sir, are you familiar with Brian Walsh?
I am.
Can you tell us how you're familiar with Brian Walsh?
We met at a leadership program back in 2020.
Can you tell us the name of the leadership program?
Boston Breakthrough Academy.
And so how long did the program go on for?
It was the length of a semester, practically. Started at the beginning of the year and ended about the summer.
And so you met Mr. Walsh at this leadership program. What was your relationship with him during this program?
In the program, there was a buddy system. Everyone partnered with someone, and Brian asked to be my partner, and that's how we got to know each other.
And so did you maintain a relationship with him after the leadership program?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Brian's wife, Anna Walsh?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with Anna?
I met her through Brian. She came to one of the graduations, and then I was introduced and knew about her interest in real estate. We had a mutual friend, so it was inevitable that we would meet.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can pull that microphone closer to you. I think that'll help out.
Sure.
Okay, much better, sir. So, sir, did Anna Walsh ever work for you?
Yes, she did.
When did you hire Anna Walsh to start working for you?
It was the summer of 2020.
And what was her role for you?
She was our director of operations for my team.
And your team, how large was your team at this point in time?
When she started, there were a few of us, but eventually we had 3 operators and I believe 5 or 6 agents and part-time marketing directors, et cetera.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walsh?
We became very close as friends.
And when did she stop working for you?
It was the spring of 2022.
Why did she stop working for you?
In the fall of 2021, she told me that she was offered a stellar job opportunity in DC. And she asked for my blessings for it.
Now, sir, when the two of you work together, how often would the two of you communicate?
Practically every day, multiple times a day.
And after she stopped working for you, how often would you communicate?
Not as frequently.
What was your relationship like with her family?
Brian and her children,
Yes, sir.
I saw them as my own.
Now, did you ever have, or your team is probably the better way to put this, did your team ever have the opportunity to sell any properties for Anna Walsh?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us what properties your team sold for Anna Walsh?
We sold a property in Marblehead where they were living when I met them. And then we moved them to a property in Cohasset, and then we sold that property as well for them.
Were there any investment properties that your team was able to sell for Anna Walsh?
Yes.
Where was that property?
In Revere.
And do you remember when that sale occurred?
Well, that sale would have closed on December 29th or just a day or so before, because I called her on the 29th, a couple days before New Year's, to congratulate her.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about December 29th now, sir.
Yes.
When you called her, how long do you think that call was?
It was about 45 minutes.
And why did you call her?
I called to congratulate her on the closing. And I had found out that she was going to reinvest that property.
And when you say reinvest that property,
Or rather, reinvest the proceeds from the sale of the property.
and sir, are you familiar with what's called a 1031 exchange?
I am.
Could you just tell us what a 1031 exchange is?
Sure. It's a federal like-kind tax-deferred exchange program where after a specific closing, a buyer...
I'm going to interrupt you because of the noise outside.
Sure.
And then once that passes...
Of course.
It's kind of tough to compete with that.
Of course.
All right. Now, sir, I think that's passed. You said that there's a certain period of time for this exchange. Can you tell us again?
Correct. Typically, buyers have 45 days to declare 1, 2, or 3 properties. It has to be of equal or greater value, and they would have 6 months, 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of those properties to equal again or be greater than the value of the proceeds of the sale.
And so your understanding at this point in time was that Anna Walsh was going to use these funds for a 1031 exchange.
That's correct. I was happy for her that she would actually reinvest and that her, that she would grow financially.
Now, during this conversation, what plans were made for New Year's Eve?
She specifically told me, she said, I know you. You're not going to go anywhere for New Year's Eve. You're just going to stay at home. Please, please come and spend New Year's with us.
Did you agree to?
I did.
Now, during the conversation, what did she tell you? What did she, well, let me ask you this. When you had this conversation, did she have any problems?
Yes.
What did she tell you about these problems?
She had.
So let me, jurors, give you a little midstream instruction with regard to the expected testimony. I expect now that Mr. Mulu is going to provide some testimony regarding statements that were made by Anna Walsh during this conversation on December 29th, 2022. The statements made by Anna Walsh are being admitted only for the limited purpose of establishing her state of mind, cannot be considered as proof of the criminal acts charged. You may proceed.
Thank you. So, sir, what did she tell you as far as problems she was having in this conversation on December 29th?
While I don't remember the specific words that were spoken after 3 years,
yes, sir.
I will tell you that she did say that at the time that they were having marital problems.
Objection, Your Honor. Characterization.
All right. I'll strike the characterization. Why don't you approach it a different way?
I will. What did she tell you as far as traveling back and forth?
That it was taking a toll on her, that she wasn't, that obviously as a mother, not seeing her children.
Your Honor, objection, move to strike. May we be seen at sidebar?
You may be.
So what's happening here is the prosecution's trying to get this evidence in for the state of mind, not a state of fact, or not for the fact of the matter. And the defense is not happy with this. They're going to object at every corner that they can. It appears the last sidebar, the prosecution had won the argument because the judge read into the instruction. So, all of this is hinging on this objection. This witness is the last witness that saw her alive outside of her husband, and they were very close friends, and he may have information that would shed some light on the relationship between her and her husband. The prosecution does not want that to get in at all. At all. And I understand their point of view, but if I was on the defense, man, I mean, the defense doesn't want it in. The prosecution needs it.
Sir, what did she say about not seeing the children?
That it was difficult for her.
And
Looks like the
what did she say about
defense won.
Walsh not being able to leave Massachusetts?
Again, I don't recall specifically the words that were spoken.
Okay.
I do not recall exactly every single word that was spoken during that conversation.
Understood. It's been 3 years, sir.
It has.
Okay.
I did give Detective Harrison.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right, we'll strike that last portion.
It's okay. And
We'll have
sir,
another
again,
question.
Sure.
thank you.
I understand.
Now, sir, moving past December 29th. Okay. When was the next time you got to see Anna Walsh?
On December 31st.
Where did you get to see Anna Walsh?
At their rental house in Cohasset.
Okay. So that night when you went to the rental house, did you bring anything with you?
I did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought fruit and chocolate for the children, and yeah.
And about what time do you think you got to their home that night?
About 8:30.
Was anyone with you when you went to the home?
Yes. I mean, not with me, no. There were people in the home.
Well, we're going to get to that.
Sure.
So, but with you, there was no one else with you in your car?
There was no one else with me, no.
Okay. And so tell us what happened when you got there at the Walsh house.
Anna came running out of the house to greet me. Yeah, that's what happened.
And when she greeted you, where'd you go, sir?
Excuse me?
Where did you go? When she greeted you, where were you when she greeted you?
I was still pulling up into the driveway. She came running out of the house with no coat on. It was freezing.
And what happened when she greeted you?
What is it?
What happened when she greeted you? What did she do?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
What did she do, sir?
What did she do? Well, I opened the door, we hugged each other, and then she ushered me in.
Now, when you got inside, who was home?
Brian was there.
And where were the children at this point in time?
I was told they were sleeping.
And so When you got inside, where did the three of you kind of socialize or congregate?
Sure, it was in the kitchen countertops. There was a large island.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3? Sir, can you see that screen? Showing, for the record,
Yes.
Exhibit 3 is on the screen. You were nodding your head. Can you see it?
I can see it.
All right. Is that where the three of you socialized that night?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, what was Anna Walsh's demeanor that night when you were in their kitchen?
Festive. Very happy to see me, and yeah.
And I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's it.
What was Brian Walsh's demeanor like while the three of you were together?
He seemed fine. He seemed happy.
And so when we were looking at Exhibit 3, where were you seated as far as being around in the kitchen?
Anna and I were seated on the stools at the kitchen. And Brian was on the other side preparing the meal and serving us drinks and food.
Okay. Now, that night, did anyone join the three of you?
Yes.
Who joined the three of you?
Their oldest son.
And what happened?
Yeah.
What happened when he joined the three of you?
He ran to me and he said, "Jem, I haven't seen you in a while. I miss you." And he hugged me.
Now, did you take any photos with the oldest child that night?
Yes, Anna took a photo.
And that night, Anna took the photo. What did she use to take the photo?
I believe it was her cell phone that she used.
And so that night with her cell phone, could you see her doing anything with her cell phone?
She was texting folks.
And do you know who she was texting?
Well, I do know that she had either received a text message or was texting back with Abdullah. And I believe she said, "Let's take a photo for Will and send it to Will Fasto." And I believe she was texting with Emily, and it would have been maybe a bunch of other friends, yeah, who were texting her. It was New Year's Eve. A lot of messages back and forth.
How long was their oldest child with you that night?
I'm going to say a half hour, maybe a little more.
And that night, what did the three of you have to drink?
Mostly wine and champagne. I don't recall having had hard liquor.
Do any box that night?
Yes.
What did the three of you do with the champagne box?
We all signed it.
Your Honor, we have previously marked as exhibits 257, 258, 259, pictures of the champagne box. How long does he propose?
You may.
Ms. Gilman.
Y'all, that is important because it proves that he was there that night.
5'8" and 5'9" are identified for the record now as 3 photos. 257 is the side of the bottle that Anna Walsh signed. 258 is the side of the box that Brian Walsh signed. 259 is the side of the box that Mr. Mutlu signed. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, can we have file number SLD 7221, which has now been marked as exhibit 257? Mr. Mutlu, is this the box the three of you signed?
Yes.
And are you able to read the writing on the box in Exhibit 257?
Yes,
Could you read it out loud for us, sir?
sure. Wow, 2022, what a year. And yet we are still here, and together, let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are the authors of our lives. Courage, love, perseverance, compassion, and joy. Love, Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could we now have Exhibit 258, which is file number 7222? Sir, does this look like the side that Brian signed?
Yes,
Could you read in this portion if it's possible?
yes. Jem, Anna, Brian, New Year's Eve 2023, to the best triumvirate ever. Love, Brian, and then the date, December 31st, 2022.
And finally, Ms. Gilman, could we have file number 7224, which has now been admitted as Exhibit 259? Sir, do you recognize this side of the box?
Yes, it's my handwriting.
And can you read what you wrote on the box?
Yes. No place I'd rather be but here, New Year's Eve 2022. Jem.
That night, did the oldest child give you anything?
Yes, he did.
What did he give you?
He gave me a necklace.
Now, that night, did you see any injuries on Anna?
No.
Do you have any concerns about her health?
Physical health?
Yes.
No.
And that night, do you remember what Brian Walsh told you he had for income that year in 2022?
Yes. The gist of it was that he had, it was $50,000 or $60,000 that I remember.
And that night, did he tell you about Anna's compensation that she now had at Tishman Speyer?
Yes, and I believe he said that it was $240,000 plus with bonus, it would add up to roughly $300,000.
What problems did you see between the two of them that night?
None. Nothing that was visible. It was a festive night.
And that night, what did Mr. Walsh tell you about his cell phone?
At some point, he said that he had misplaced his phone, and I remember this vividly, that he said that it actually felt refreshing to be away from the phone for a little while.
Did he tell you what time he normally goes to bed?
Yes, because I asked him, because it was getting late and I didn't want to overstay my welcome. And I believe he said around 9:30 because they were waking up early for the kids.
And so after hearing this, what did you decide to do?
I said, I better go.
About what time was it when you left the home that night?
I'm going to say it was probably around 1:30. And I don't recall with precision, but it was probably around that time.
And now, when you left, did you go right home?
No, I actually stopped at a big shopping mall nearby because I wanted to pick the music home, and I did not want to be driving and picking the music home that night. So I stopped there, and there was, to my recollection, there was nobody else there. Lots of lights around. Yeah.
Before you left that evening, was there any conversation about a work emergency for Anna?
No.
Now, when was it the next time you tried to contact Brian or Anna?
It was the following day.
And how'd you try to contact them?
I sent them a text message.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what's been marked as Exhibit 166? Sir, showing you what's been marked as a 166, do you see the blue bubble where it says, I love my necklace?
I do.
Was that your text to Brian Walsh?
Yes, I believe I had sent it to both of them, both Brian and Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll all the way up to the top of that document?
Yeah.
So, sir, you see where it says participants?
Yeah.
And so do you believe you sent it to those two,
Yes.
those two other people?
To both Brian and Anna, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the top of page 2? Now, I'm sorry, can you scroll down to the top of page 3? There we are. Sir, showing you the top of page 3 from Exhibit 166, there's a green bubble. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see it says, Thomas just found my phone?
I do.
Before January 2nd, had you had any conversations or with Brian Walsh via cell phone?
Before January
2nd? Yes.
Any conversations?
Calls?
No.
And if we could close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Now, when is the next time you spoke to Brian Walsh on the phone?
It was a Wednesday morning.
And what happened Wednesday morning?
It was mid-morning. I remember being on the beach in Nahant and taking a walk, and I received a call from Brian, and he said, have you heard from Anna?
What did you say?
And I said, what do you mean? He says, well, Anna's been missing. And I said, how could she be missing? And he said that she left that morning after I had left. She left a few hours later. I think he said around 6:30 that she got in an Uber and left.
And did he say why she left?
Yes, he said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said, I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no, did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock. So, I said, you've got to call the police, and we've got to alert everybody. We've got to let our community know, and we've got to find her.
Now, what was his tone or like in this conversation? His demeanor?
I remember the tone to be way more even-keeled or way more toned down for somebody who's
Move to strike. All right, not a characterization, but what do you remember of his tone during that call?
His tone was not panicked.
Now, after that call, how often were you speaking to him over the phone the next few days?
We would have spoken a few times. We actually had some group calls with the community, a lot of friends from the leadership program that we had gotten to know well and love.
And
yeah.
Sir, did you have any text conversations with him as well?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, sir, since you left the home on New Year's Day of 2023, have you seen Anna Walsh?
No,
Have you heard from her?
no.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the Boston Breakthrough Academy you've spoken about.
Sure.
You said that it was a semester, like about a semester long.
Mhm.
And this Breakthrough Academy, was this for professionals? Was it for anyone?
It was for anyone. It was the premise was to become better human beings and improve on emotional intelligence. And so it was set up in 3 parts: discovery, breakthrough, and leadership. And leadership was by invitation.
Okay. And you had taken this, I think, did you start in January of 2020?
Yeah,
And Mr. Walsh was in the group with you.
that's correct.
And Anna Walsh had taken this very same program the semester before.
The semester before, correct.
You told us that during this program, Mr. Walsh was your buddy.
That's correct.
And when you say buddy, is this something that the program kind of establishes where they match you up?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had told you that Mr. Walsh sought you out.
That's correct.
And he sought you out because his wife was like, hey, this guy, Jem, this is who you should buddy with.
Objection.
Overruled. I was just saying that when Mr. Walsh came up to you that day, it was because Anna said, hey, Jem, go, I want you to buddy with Jem.
That's what she told me afterwards.
And at that point, you hadn't met Mr. Walsh before.
Oh, I had. We were in the same program. We were in the same class.
Oh.
The buddy system is introduced during the class after maybe hours or days or thereabouts. I can't remember exactly when it was introduced, but we had interactions. People spoke at times, and yeah,
Okay.
we were in the same room.
Okay, let me take a step back. You hadn't met his wife at that point.
I had not met Anna at that time. No.
And when you were in this group in January of 2020, you had been in real estate for quite some time.
That's correct.
And you've told us that that's something that Anna was interested in.
I found out later that she was, yes.
And Mr. Walsh also was interested in investing property.
We talked about investments mostly with Anna.
Okay, when you said we, you meant Mr. Walsh.
No, Anna and I talked about investments mostly with her. She mostly about property investments came from her rather than from Brian.
And she was the one that told Brian to buddy up with you, a realtor, at this program.
That's correct, but that wasn't related to investments.
Okay.
Yeah.
You told us a little bit already, but at some point you did meet Anna.
I did.
Okay. And you met Anna through Mr. Walsh from being in that group with him.
That's correct.
Okay. And your experience with Brian in the group was that you became friends with him during that process.
That's correct.
And this is someone that you respected as a colleague.
A colleague?
Mm-hmm.
In what manner? Brian was not a colleague of mine.
Well, you became friends with him.
That's correct.
And during this program, to you, he was an impactful person.
During the program?
Mm-hmm.
And thereafter?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely.
And when you say impactful person, can you tell us what you mean by that?
Objection, Your Honor, putting words in his mouth.
We got very close during the program. I got to meet his family and Anna, the children, and we got close. We were very good friends. We became very good friends.
Okay. I guess what it's just is when you say someone's impactful, does that mean they're a kind person, a powerful person, a loving person?
That they look out for you.
Jackson.
Get on the mic.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
I knew that was coming, y'all. By the way, thank you to everybody for all that you have been doing and sticking with us. My voice is somewhat restored, so as long as I have hot coffee. But thank you guys so much for choosing to be with us today. Mods, you are amazing. June is technically running this show today, y'all. I'm just in the background talking. I will be leaving at about 11 o'clock to go see my father, who is in the hospital. Miss June, are we good?
Yes.
You got an echo really bad, girl. I don't know what's going on.
How's it now?
Still echoey. I don't know if you need to turn off your headphones. Turn off the
Into your impressions of Mr. Walsh when you got to know him through that leadership program. You had told us that he became a good friend.
That's correct.
And then can you tell us more about your experience with him in that program where you had described him as an impactful person?
Sure. It was clear that he was making an effort to show up, and it was the time of COVID, and we all had to pick, collectively, we had to pick as part of the program, a community service project, and Brian pushed hard for us to select everyone chipped in and made a case for different organizations, and this was a nonprofit organization out of Brookline called Loving Spoonfuls, and we ended up raising, well, about, I think, $80-some thousand, and Brian somehow also was able to, I believe, match those funds. So it ended up becoming $160,000, $170,000 that I recall, and we were told that hundreds of thousands of people were fed as a result, and he was the top fundraiser.
At some point, you had told us that you did meet Brian's wife, Anna.
That's correct.
Where did you first meet her?
I recall having seen her at one of the graduations, mini graduations. It was, again, Discovery Breakthrough. I can't recall which one, but I was hearing about her because we had a mutual friend.
And as you got to know her more, I assumed that the three of you would have dinners together, meet for drinks. Tell me a little bit about how your relationship with all three of them would progress.
The three of us, meaning Anna, Brian, and myself?
Yes.
Well, initially, again, when after Anna started working for me, I remember spending at least one other New Year's with them in those 3 years. So that would have been 2 New Year's spent in 3 years with them. And we've met at their house, Marblehead and Cohasset, and we've socialized in many other ways. But Anna and I spoke practically every day. When she worked for me, she would sometimes come to my house in the South End and bring pastries, and we would strategize and talk. And we also had a team. We would meet with other team members, and sometimes, again, we were very close.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you described, Brian's family as, the words you used were you saw them as your own.
I did.
Okay. You had told us just now a time where you were living in the South End.
I was.
And at this time when Anna started working for you, were you married, unmarried?
Unmarried.
And you had told us that Anna, you were talking every day, right?
That's correct.
And you were talking at night and on the weekends as well?
As the job required, or as our friendship.
And Anna
Required.
would come to your home and bring food and spend time with you there?
That's correct.
And was that nighttime, weekends, days, whenever it warranted?
Days usually. Yeah.
And when Anna was working for you, that you just described, he never complained to you about how much time you were spending with his wife?
Brian? No.
He never complained that you were texting her a lot or spending time with her?
No.
He supported her career with you?
He did?
He was proud of her?
To my recollection, yes, he was.
Get on the mic, woman. Here we go, y'all.
Hit it off quickly. It wasn't a slow burn. You really became instant friends with each other.
That's correct. She was very easy to warm up to.
Okay. And part of the reason is that you had similar backgrounds?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you had already started telling us that at some point she started to work for you.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was in the summer of 2020?
That's correct.
And the director of operations, is basically she became your right hand.
She did.
So a director of operations might be taking care of your social media to arranging. I mean, tell me, I guess, a little bit more. What was she doing for you on a regular basis?
Cleaning your pipes?
Well, there was
No.
She did everything. She did. A director of operations is truly the right hand of someone who runs a business, and she did everything. She would bring me coffee. She took pride in bringing me coffee. A couple of times she dropped off my dry cleaners, which were tasks that were obviously not necessarily in her job description. But I do remember asking her, "Is there anything you wouldn't do?" She came from.
Yeah, clean your pipes.
And she took pride. I mean, that's the way she was at our open houses. She would rush to open doors for people. She would give them real glass champagne. She would serve the glass. The way she came out, as I just explained moments ago, the way she came out of the house that night on December 31st to open the door for me. And she was an exceptional employee and friend.
And you valued her employee. She was valuable to you as a friend and an employee.
Very much so.
You relied on her.
Absolutely.
She never said no to you. She did what the job required.
That is not true.
Okay, so tell me about a time she said no to you or disagreed with you.
Well, we did have a disagreement in the fall of 2021. And there were times that she responded to me a couple of times with what I perceived to be passive aggression. And yeah, I actually reached out to a mutual friend and then another friend in leadership to seek some opinions as to how I could handle this.
And did you end up handling it by suspending her for a period of time that fall of 2021?
I told her that she should take a rest, she should stay at home, and that I would continue to pay her for as long as it took, but that she should take some time off because she was also working exceptionally hard, and that was taking a toll on her. She wanted to prove herself. She's like that. So I remember a client of ours actually.
I'm just going to stop you.
Yes.
When you, as you say, suspended or had her take some time off, you still loved her at that point as a friend.
Very much so.
You were still close with her.
Very much so.
It didn't end the personal relationship.
No, not at all. And it didn't end the professional relationship either.
And during that time, I think you talked about seeking counsel. You actually reached out to Mr. Walsh to talk to him about it specifically.
That's correct.
Because this was obviously, Anna was important to you professionally.
And as a friend, yes.
And
both.
Personally.
Yes, absolutely.
And Brian was a close friend of yours.
That is correct.
and you wanted to talk to him and get counsel about how to best move past this.
Yes, we did. We met in the in the North End. We had a meal and talked about it.
At some point in November of 2021, just about 2 months after the incident you just described, Anna told you that she was thinking about taking a job somewhere else.
That's correct.
And your first response was that you were disappointed.
Yes,
You were sad about this.
I was.
Because in your mind, you guys were really going to partner up and continue to grow together.
Was the idea, yes.
And because you were upset and sad, Mr. and Mrs. Walsh actually had you over to their home to talk about this further,
That is correct.
to let you know that they cared about you and loved you,
That's correct.
and that this is what was best for Anna
That's correct.
and what was best for the family.
That's correct.
And during this conversation, when Anna was telling, or they were both telling you about her new job, and you were sad about it, Brian said to you, buddy, you got to support her, right?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the job that she ended up taking. Am I correct that it was at Tishman Spire in Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And this was a big job.
That's correct.
I think you already told us how much she was making, but this was a big salary job, a big step for her.
That's correct.
And this was an opportunity for her, a growth opportunity.
Yes,
And that is something that you and her had talked about, growth and opportunity, right?
that's correct.
It was something important to you,
Absolutely.
and it was something important to Anna.
Absolutely.
And through your time in becoming friends with Mr. Walsh, it was important to him as well.
That's correct.
And they had small children.
That's correct.
And part of this transition was the family eventually moving to Washington, D.C.
That was the idea.
And this transition was not only for Anna's job, but Mr. Walsh's uncle was also moving to the D.C., Virginia area at the time. So there'd be more family down there.
That's what I was told. And that his mother would also move.
So his mother, again, you just said it was also interested in moving to that area.
Yeah.
And Anna was going to go down first, and the plan was obviously to start establishing not just professional contacts, but personal contacts,
That's correct.
because they were going to bring their boys down there.
That's correct.
And you had told us that Anna was also interested in investing in real estate.
That's correct.
And at this point, am I correct that it is the fall into the winter, fall of 2021, winter of 2022?
That's right.
Okay. And at this point, you had learned that Mr. Walsh had a pending federal case going on.
I had, yes.
And I want to talk to you just a little bit about your experience with the federal case, okay?
Mhm. Yes.
Because you had become close to both Mr. and Mrs. Walsh, you actually attended one or two of the hearings. And you went to support Brian.
I did.
And you went also to support Anna.
That's correct.
Because this was difficult for both of them.
It was.
And Mr. Walsh's mother was there.
That's correct.
And I believe there were other friends of Anna and Brian who had gone.
That is correct.
All right. And one of the hearings that you were going to, you were standing next to Anna.
I was sitting next to Anna.
And Anna's your friend, you told us, right?
That's correct.
She was your right hand at your business for a while.
That's correct.
And you're there in federal court with her for her husband's case.
That's correct.
And out of support, you reach over and you grab her hand to hold it.
That's correct.
Because she's your friend and you love her.
Yes, that's correct.
And she clutched your hand back.
Yes, that's correct.
And
It was a very tense moment just before the judge's declaration. Or
okay.
Yeah.
And so you were being a good friend.
I believe so.
Okay. And let me just switch gears for a moment. I think you've already kind of said it, but Mr. Walsh was never jealous of your relationship with Anna.
I don't believe so.
When you say I don't believe so, Anna never told you that Brian was uncomfortable
She never said that, no.
And Brian never came to you and complained about the long hours of friendship with her?
He did not.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
I knew this was going to happen. I knew they were going to try to paint this relationship out as being something inappropriate when it was not. It's interesting that they are not coming directly out and saying it, but they are skirting and dancing around that relationship. I find it interesting that I have a male friend. He's like a brother to me. He's married. His wife and I know each other. We get along. We're friends. And people try to paint us to be more than what we are. We are just brother and sister friends. I mean, we're so close that we're like brother and sister. But I find it interesting when somebody is friends with the opposite sex, people automatically go to an intimate relationship and have a hard time accepting the fact that people of the opposite sex, such as male and female, can be good friends and not have an intimate or inappropriate relationship. Although that said, she was having an affair with another man, and I am surprised that they have not asked him, are you aware of that relationship? Did you know that a relationship existed? I'm shocked they have not brought that up to him, but that may not be a question they can ask. I don't know. I find it very interesting. You guys, please make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. I greatly appreciate it. Platonic friendships and love is a thing and is valid. It is. I love I call him my brother from another mother. I love him dearly. I would do anything for him except one thing, and you can imagine what that is. It is just one of these things that you just have to, people need to just get over themselves. And I understand they're throwing this Shay big time in hopes of throwing doubt. They are doing everything they can to throw crap at the wall and see what sticks. It just galls me that the jury does not know that he has pled guilty to dismembering the body of his wife. I think if they knew that fact, it would taint the jury, but it'll be interesting once trial is over and the jury gets to go and kind of do their own investigating. I wonder how many jurors are going to talk. I wonder what they're going to think after the trial is over and they discover this new information. By the way, I know a lot of you know this, but I'll say it anyway. I have been sick. Yep, not going to be on screen today. As long as I'm drinking hot coffee, I have a voice. But this week is just going to have to be this way. I'm sorry for my viewers, but I appreciate those who have stuck with me. I appreciate those who are watching with us. This is a very, very popular case, and everybody and their brother is watching this case. And I just want to thank all of y'all for sticking with us. But it is such a sad, sad thing that he did this. And I find it interesting that his wife brought all that money in, but he personally threw in $80-something thousand into a fundraiser, and that money was not his to throw in. I cannot imagine him where that money come from. Oh, yeah. He also was frauding people. He was selling fake artwork. What was the artist? It's left my brain. Andy Warhol artwork he sold one to a person and one to a museum. So that's where all of his big money was coming from. Back to court.
At this hearing, when you were there to support your friends, I was asking you about when you were sitting there holding Anna's hand. And you had told us that Brian's mother, Diana, was there at the same time?
That's correct.
And was she sitting with you?
She was sitting, that I recall, at the end of that row near the aisle.
Okay. And you had a conversation with Anna about Diana's observations of you holding her hand that day at her husband's hearing. Right?
That's correct.
And Anna informed you that Diana was upset that you were holding her hand.
That's correct.
Sustained. The answer stricken.
Throughout the time, the 2020 through 2022, you had a chance again to spend a lot of time with Mr. and Mrs. Walsh.
That's correct.
And you talked to Anna a lot about her relationship and her marriage and being a mother.
Yeah.
And during those conversations and your observations, Anna told you that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
That's correct.
And at some point, while Anna was working for you, she confessed that she had a crush on you.
She said that, yeah, maybe. I don't recall specifically those words coming out. But
Would
yeah.
looking at a copy of your interview from January of 2023 help refresh your memory?
Here we go.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Page 53.
Counsel.
Oh, I might. I sent these to you. Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
Okay. I think I got it. Thank you.
Just going to approach you. Is it fair to say that that's your name on that front page?
Yes.
And then I'm just going to have you look at that first page to yourself just to recognize it's the beginning of your statement.
That's correct. Yeah.
I'm just going to refer you, and you can just read to yourself and take as much time as you need.
Sure.
And just look up at me when you're ready.
For sure. Yeah. From the top, from the top of the page.
Until the bottom, until.
Sure. So we actually started.
Just
Read to
read
yourself.
to yourself and look up when you're done.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, they were quick. That was super quick. Sometimes people can have crush on people. Doesn't mean that they're doing it. Yo. This is interesting. I'm not trying to be mean, but come on now. This is petty. Attack the evidence. This is not evidence to attack.
That's it?
Okay. Yeah. Just going to come take that back. Is reviewing that portion of your statement refresh your memory as to whether Anna had told you that she had a crush on you?
I object to this line of question, Your Honor.
Yeah, me too.
If it refreshes his memory, it does.
I don't recall Anna telling me that she had a crush on me.
Okay.
Okay.
Together, and Anna was there, you had mentioned that you had other people working with you and for you.
That's correct.
And at some point, you developed a close relationship with another female coworker,
That's correct.
and I'm assuming it became romantic.
Objection.
Sustained.
So you don't have any memory of Anna Walsh telling you that at some point she was a little jealous of that coworker and had a crush on
Objection.
him?
Sustained.
All of that's hearsay.
You.
Objection.
Sustained.
Anna Walsh
Oh,
told you that she.
okay. The game she's playing now is get the words out there, get them sustained. The jury will hear it. You can't put the crap back in the horse. She's doing everything she can to get that out there, even if it's sustained. They hear it. So what they're doing is that she's just throwing these accusations and questions. She knows they're going to be objected. She knows it's going to get sustained, and in that, it's out there. Once you say it, can't pull it back in. So that's the game she's playing at this point. She's not getting what she wants. She's not getting. I guess we're another sidebar. My bad. She's not getting the answers that she wants. I mean, there are people who have crushes for people. Doesn't mean they act on them. I mean, I remember having a crush on a guy, but he was married. I admired the beauty in the man, and that was it. Didn't mean that I was going to cheat on my husband if I had one, which I didn't at that time. Okay, what do y'all think about this situation? Do you agree, or do you think the way this defense is questioning this witness is a good idea or a bad idea? Answer in comments below. Do you agree with this line of questioning with this defense? He's actually looking a little stressed. He is looking very uncomfortable at the moment. And I tell you, this witness reminds me of a skinny Sean Connery without the accent, of course. I am a Sean Connery fan. I will confess. And I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm a sucker for gray hair and gray beards on a tan skinned man. Just kidding. But he's a handsome guy.
Anna stopped working for you. You guys stayed in touch.
That's correct.
So it wasn't an everyday type of thing, but you would still talk and text.
That's correct.
And she started working in DC for Tishman Speyer in February or March of 2022.
Thereabouts, but there was some overlap when she was still taking care of business for me, because
Okay.
that's the kind of human being and employee she was.
And during the time that she was working both jobs, was she living in DC or was she still in Boston when she was doing that?
I believe she was coming and going from DC at that time.
Okay. And after she left and you would speak, would it be fair that she would also consult you about professional decisions, strategies, what to do?
We would talk about that. We would talk about things, yeah.
Okay. And you would also ask her for her advice?
Sure.
And this is a person that you would consider a confidant? A confidant?
A
Someone-
confidant, sure.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
And obviously, she was one of yours and you were one of hers.
That's correct. Often I've called her the sister I never had.
Okay.
One of the sisters I
Ding, 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 ding. There you go. That's a good description.
Thank you.
Yeah.
His heart rate is up. He's breathing heavy. He is trying everything he can. Look at him to calm himself and to keep from getting emotional.
And you had said that
Yep.
part and going back and forth was hard on the family. It was hard on her.
That's what I recall.
And you had told us that in the winter of 2022 that Anna was making about $300,000 at her new job.
With bonus, that's what I was told. I didn't know about it at the time, but it came up in conversation that night.
Okay.
On December 31st.
Okay. And you also told us at the time Mr. Walsh was making about 50 or 60 grand a year.
That's what I was told. That's what I remember.
And he also was interested in participating in investing in small businesses.
Correct.
On the phone call on the 29th, you had said that Anna invited you over for New Year's.
That's correct.
And I think you said that she knew you, that you would probably just be at home, not doing anything.
That is correct.
And on that phone call, she didn't say, let me check with Brian first.
I don't recall.
All right. Was Brian on the phone with her?
No.
Did she say,
Well, I
call
don't
you
know.
back and confirm?
No, Brian was not on the phone with her. No,
And
absolutely.
this was to come to her home and spend time with her husband and their 3 children.
That's correct.
And I think you had said earlier today that you had spent another New Year's Eve with them.
That is correct.
Was that the one right preceding this one or another one?
I think it was 2 New Year's before. So
Okay.
I think there was one in between where I did not spend the New Year's with them.
And that prior New Year's, was that out somewhere or was that at their
It
home?
was out. It was out at a restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you had said that during this call she was upbeat. Well, let me back up. You had called to tell her that she had just sold a property, right?
That's correct. The purpose of my call was to congratulate her on the fact that she was going to do this 1031 exchange program and reinvest and grow financially.
Okay.
But also to catch up with her, also to hear her voice and see how she's doing.
Okay. So let me just talk to you a little bit about the tax 1030 that you just described. She had owned a property in Revere
That's correct.
and you helped sell her. You helped sell it.
Well, yes, technically, yes, my team did, but I wasn't directly involved in the sale. My teammate handled it all.
Okay.
So I wasn't privy to the day-to-day of the sale.
Okay.
And that's actually why I called her at the end. I said, well, geez, we accomplished something here.
Okay.
And
So let me just ask
happy
you a
for
little
you.
bit more.
Yeah.
You explained that with this process, instead of taking the proceeds, you can just roll it right into another property.
That's correct.
What were the proceeds on the sale from this Revere house?
I do not remember.
Was it over 50? Was it $1 million roughly?
No, it was a smaller condo. It certainly
Okay.
wouldn't have been $1 million. No, it wasn't. It was several $100,000. Yeah.
Okay. And so instead of taking those proceeds on December 29th of 2022, the decision was made to roll it into another property.
That's correct. And she would have had 45 days to declare another property or another 2 or 3 properties, up to 3 properties, and would have 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of them.
Okay.
To satisfy the requirements of the program.
Okay. You mentioned a name on direct examination I'd like to talk to you a little bit about. You used the name Will or William Fasto.
That's correct.
And in 2022, you had known Will for about 20 years?
Thereabouts, yes. Correct.
And you guys were both in real estate, and that's how you met him?
That's correct. He was in real estate in Boston first and then DC.
Okay. And when Brian and Anna were looking to relocate to Washington, D.C. for her job, they wanted to buy a family home down there.
That's correct.
And you hooked both of them up with Will, the realtor.
That is correct.
And would it also be fair that it would be nice for Anna to have a personal and a friend down there going down to DC with no one else at the time?
That's correct.
And again, you had told us that she was looking into investing in more real estate as investment properties.
That's correct.
And during this process, Brian Walsh and Will Fasto really just had a professional relationship, no friendship.
I don't know what kind of relationship they had. I'm not privy to the details of their relationship.
Okay. But through your conversation...
You're talking about Brian Walsh, correct?
Yes.
Brian Walsh and Will Fasto.
Yes.
I'm not privy to the conversations they had or... Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you knew that you had introduced both Mr. Walsh and Anna to Will for the purpose of finding a family home.
As far as I'm concerned, I had introduced the family, the Walsh family.
Thank you.
To Will Fasto.
Okay. And at some point, Anna told you that she had become good friends with Will Fasto.
That's correct.
And I think you told us a little bit about a phone call you had with her on December 29th.
That's correct.
Anna Walsh never told you that she was romantically involved with Will Fasto.
No.
She never told you that she was going to leave Mr. Walsh for Will Fasto.
No.
And she never told you that she had more than platonic feelings for Mr. Fasto.
Not particularly, but she was, I mean, emotions are complex. I knew they had gotten close.
Okay.
But she never told me that she had a relationship with Will Fasto.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to return to her relationship
That I can recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to return to Anna and Brian's relationship for a few minutes.
Sure.
You had told us that you spent time with them both together as a family.
That's correct.
And you also spent time with them individually without the other one.
That is correct.
And when you spent time with them together, you never really saw them argue.
I don't recall having seen them argue. No.
And they were a couple that you've described as in sync with each other.
I would say so. That I always thought that there was a lot of love between them, and that she was very much in love with Brian. Yeah.
Sometimes each one would come to you individually if they had any disagreements with each other, though. You were their friend collectively and independently.
That's correct.
And sometimes Anna would confide in you.
That's correct.
And sometimes Brian would confide in you.
That's correct.
And you obviously would keep their confidences because you were their friend individually and collectively.
That is correct.
And as you told us that you introduced the family to Will Fasto. Yes?
Yes.
So Mr. Walsh knew that you were friends with Will Fasto.
I would assume so.
Here we go, the love affair.
At no time...
They're going there.
At no time did Brian Walsh ever pepper you with questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about New Year's Eve. Earlier that day, did you exchange some text messages with Anna Walsh to confirm that you were coming over that night?
I did.
And you were looking forward to spending time over there?
Very much so.
Looking forward to hopefully seeing the kids?
Yes.
Looking forward to seeing Anna?
Yes.
And looking forward to seeing Brian?
That's correct.
And I think you told us that when you first arrived, that even as you're pulling in the driveway, Anna is running towards you, no coat on, and just throws herself in your arms.
Stay on the mic.
And you were excited to see her.
Yes,
And she was obviously excited to see you.
yes,
And you said it was cold out.
yes,
And you guys were laughing as she's running towards you.
yes,
And then you walk in the house together.
that's correct.
And are you walking hand in hand and talking because you haven't seen each other in a while? Well, you said she ushered you into the house.
That's correct. She was receiving a guest into the house.
Okay. But was she excited to see you? Was she holding on to your
She
arm?
was very excited to see me. We gave each other a hug,
Okay.
and then we walked into the house.
And when you walked into the house, you went into the kitchen and Mr. Walsh was there.
That's correct.
And he embraced
I don't remember whether Brian was at the door, was in the kitchen. He was there. Yeah.
Okay. And when you saw him, he embraced you in a hug.
Absolutely.
And it was just the three of you.
Initially, yes.
Could I trouble you to please bring up exhibit number 3? And is this correct, as I'm showing everyone exhibit number 3, that this was the Walsh family kitchen in Cohasset on December 31st?
Yes,
And we see some stools at the kitchen table. You and Anna were sitting next to each other?
that's correct.
And am I correct that Mr. Walsh was cooking for everyone?
That's correct.
And so the stove and oven is to the right there of the table?
Yes,
Okay. And when you first got there, the kids were asleep?
that's correct.
Okay. And when you first got there, Mr. Walsh is cooking food?
Yes. Preparing, yeah, cooking, yeah.
No, I don't want to cut you off.
Sure, preparing, cooking, yeah,
And Anna and Brian are getting you some champagne,
that's correct.
and everyone's toasting to the new year.
Yes,
Okay. And I think you've already said this, but the atmosphere was jovial.
that's correct.
Hope for the upcoming year.
That's true.
There were discussions how 2022 had been a little difficult for all 3 of you.
That's true.
And it was great to be together because you made it. And now you're looking into a new year with new hope and new possibilities.
That's correct.
The champagne bottle that all 3 of you signed, that was the spirit that new year, so happy to be together, aren't we lucky?
Yes,
And as you're sitting at that kitchen table, you're having conversations about investment properties.
we were.
You're having conversations about book reviews and what books everyone should read.
Yes,
And you told us that Anna is texting people. You said it's New Year's Eve, so she's getting texts, she's sending texts.
yes,
And as you're sitting at that table, snapping pictures with just the 2 of you.
Ow.
meaning just the two of us, meaning Anna and I. I do recall, I mean, I have received a photo of the 3 of us with Anna and their oldest son,
Okay, but
a selfie, yeah.
no, I don't mean to cut you off, but during
Sure.
that night, she has her phone out, she's taking pictures of just the 2 of you, just Anna and Jem to memorialize the night. It's a celebration.
Oh, it's the 2, oh, I see. Well, the 2 of us and Brian,
All 3 of you together.
all 3 of us together, correct.
Okay. And in that picture, you're smiling, you're embracing each other,
Yes,
and Brian's preparing food, and he's serving you all the food he's making, the different dishes, right?
yes,
And he's serving it to his wife, Anna.
yes,
And they're talking to each other during the night.
yes, they are.
And they're laughing with each other during the night.
Yes,
And they're taking pictures with each other during the night.
I don't know if they were taking pictures with each other during the night. I don't recall.
But there was the picture of the 3 of you embracing and smiling.
That's the 3 of us with Brian? Was that what you're asking? Was there a picture of Anna, Brian, and myself that night? I don't recall. I recall one picture, and that's with Anna and their oldest son. That was Tom. Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversations that you were having that night.
Sure.
At some point, Anna showed you a new ring that she had. It was a diamond ring,
That is correct.
and it was quite large.
They said it was a valuable ring. Yeah.
And I believe Anna told you that it was worth several $100,000.
Objection.
What? How could they afford that?
I think it'd be a nice time for you to take your morning break.
Yeah, me too.
Sure, is everything all right? Sir, please leave your notebooks in the chair. Watch yourself. Stand up, please, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
Yo. Yo. This is getting good and interesting, to say the least. What do you think about my necklace? Little feathers.
Maybe see.
He needs a break, y'all, because he's emotionally barely holding it together. Y'all, I look okay, but I feel like crap.
Yes. He's gone.
Thank you, Ron. I'm not seeing the relevance of going in down this road.
An answer for her, for counsel, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the government has represented to this jury that one of the motives was financial.
All right. How much longer will this witness you expect?
Myself?
Yes.
I can't imagine it goes more than 15 minutes.
All right. I won't hold you to it.
Okay.
Keepers next? Or probation officer? All right. Have a good break.
Thank you.
June, Angela, look in private chat. This is what Chat GPT gave me as far as the thing about viewers. Court is on a short break. Yeah, I do not have my lights on. My head is throbbing. I am dressed because I'm going to the doctor, and then I'm going to go see mom and dad. Is that one of the items returned by Brian Walsh when he was going to the store? Yes, it was. It was. Yes. I have to tell you, y'all. Just getting dressed wore me out. I need to look. I found out that we have a graduation rehearsal on Friday. Oh, how lovely. I did not know about. So I got to go figure all this out. We had made plans to be up there on Friday. And graduation ceremonies at 2:00. Unfortunately, is it the Air Force and Coast Guard football game that's on? And no, it's the Navy and Army football game. I think it is that's on.
A backdoor expansion of Obamacare. Healthcare costs increased for.
I don't know what all that was about. But anyway, we have a major football game that June will be streaming on our Discord. Yay! June will be streaming it on our Discord And we will be on Saturday at 2:00. My graduation's Saturday at 2:00. So I know who wins on that one. Yep. June said she will be streaming the football game and then later stream my graduation if it is available for live stream. I don't know if it will be. If not, I may have to I will be purchasing the $30 thumb drive with the graduation ceremonies on it. And we will stream it as if y'all want to watch. What is up with all the noise? They didn't mute their mics. My gosh, y'all, I've not checked my email. I have like 800 messages. How do I go through and not miss one that I need to see? Dallas. Army, Navy, Saturday. Whoop, whoop. So, yep, that's going to be Saturday. And yeah, I know my mod is going to stream it over my graduation. I'm going to give her hell for that for a while. Nope, go Coast Guard. If I had to choose between the Army and the Navy, I would go Navy because they're closest to the Coast Guard. My daddy was in the Coast Guard. All right. Would help if my fingers. Y'all come and watch. Yeah. When are you going to stream my graduation on my Discord, on my channel? I have to give her hell. I just do. All right, let's do an update road thus far for the Walsh trial. All right, update. Today's court hearing, Brian Walsh's Red Room trial, December 10, 2025. The most notable event was the testimony of Gim Mutulu, who is a close family friend and one of the last people to see Anna Walsh alive in New Year's Eve of 2022. His account is central because it places him with both Brian and Anna just hours before her disappearance. He testified that Anna's former boss and friend described spending New Year's Eve with the couple. He recalled a normal evening celebration, hugs, toast, and no outward signs of conflict. His testimony was significant, or is significant, because he's among the last of the non-family witnesses to see Anna alive. Now, the voir dire happened before he testified, before the jury had entered into the courtroom, and it was conducted to see the scope of his testimony. The judge has allowed the testimony. The prosecution's narrative in this case has continued to argue that Brian Walsh Red Room and dismembered Anna, disposing of her remains in multiple dumpsters. They emphasize that DNA evidence found on items like rugs, towels, and were matched to DNA to Anna. The surveillance footage put Brian buying new rugs, towels after Anna's disappearance was highlighted earlier in the week. The defense maintained that Anna died of natural causes in bed and that Brian panicked, fearing he would not be believed. Please. Bitch, please. Anybody who found their loved one dead in bed would call 911. They argued his guilty plea is to mislead police and relocate her body does not equate to Red Room. what mattered today? In the Jim Mutlu's testimony, he established last known interactions with Anna and credibility as a witness is crucial. The DNA evidence recap prior to him testifying reinforced prosecution's claim of red room and cover up. The defense narrative continues to push alternative explanation, natural death, and panic. The voir dire ensures that Mutlu's testimony is admissible and proper framed for the jury. In summary, today, trial centered on the first-hand testimony from Jim Mutlu, a pivotal witness who spent New Year's Eve with the family, the Walshes. His account of seamlessly normal evening contrasts sharply with the prosecution's allegations of red room of dismemberment. This is a clash between witness impression and forensic evidence is shaping the jury's perception of both Brian Walsh's intent and credibility. And the defense has highly depended or tried to get into evidence that there was a potential crush from Anna Walsh on Mutlu, and that was shot down by his saying, I don't know. They kept hinting and throwing in questions concerning a potential romantic interest, and they were shot down. Although they got it in there, the judge did the judge shut it down. My brain's not functioning. Sustained the objection. Judge sustained the objections. It still was the crap out of the horse, and it once the jury hears it, they can't unhear it. Now, they're not supposed to use it as a part of their deliberation, but you know how that goes. I am looking. I see your question, June. I am looking. Thank you for the question. Actually, I'm going to do one better. I think I'm going to do one better. Now I'm making my mod feel guilty because now she's asking me to see if it's going to be live stream. Yes, both morning and afternoon sessions will be live streamed. The morning session will be 10 a.m. I'm not in that. I'm in the afternoon session at 2 p.m. Live streamed on the fall 21 commit. Oh, let me see. Continue. Let's see. Oh, boing! They've already got it up, y'all. I'm going to put it in our Discord under Ada Live Com. Do not delete that. There it is. The commencement ceremony will be live streamed. I'm going to like it. I'm going to put notify me. Oh, I'm typing a comment. I'm first in comments. Yay. Sorry, I'm still coughing and sneezing.
Hey, Ada, this is
Will
June.
be live stream. Huh?
This is June.
Yeah, June. Yes, June.
The reason why I asked you if it was being live streamed, that means we can live stream it without any worries of problems with YouTube. It was like the same with my college when I graduated.
No. Yeah.
So I will put up an event on Discord, so our Discord people will also know that we will be streaming your graduation.
Oh, no problem. All right, I got to go to the doctor. I got to go see Dad. I'm out. June, you have the floor.
Thank you, babe.
That would be kind of heavy. Question, am I still echoing? I fixed my mic, I think.
It's much better, but I think there's still a tad bit of echo, but it's very tolerable.
Feelings about this, and my brothers will speak on my behalf as well. They have stolen my sunshine. They have stolen my happiness. They have stolen my reason for living. They have stolen the love of my life. The world is darker now without the love of my life, without my companion of 54 years. The plans we made will never come true. The sadness and tears will never end. I want to scream. I want to yell. I want to throw things against the wall. But all I can do is keep it inside for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Please state your name for the record. Raheem Murray. Good afternoon. I just wanted to talk a little bit about my dad first, that he was kind and warm. He was a very brave man, especially.
Okay, during the break section on the Brian Walsh, we're going to go ahead and continue watching the sentencing of the Hernandez Zuzazu sentencing hearing. And then once Brian Walsh comes back, we will be shifting back over. Please let me know if there's any sound issues.
Especially after caring for my grandmother who was dying, he became gentle in a way that I had never expected. And he did that at the age of 70 years old, I might add. He was the rock that our entire family could depend on. You know, he never let anyone down. He sacrificed his whole life. He never really took vacations, never had fancy things, never had fancy cars, extravagant dinners. He always made sure that everybody was safe and secure, cared for. Unfortunately, he was just in the time where he was starting to enjoy his life and plan on retirement, just now starting to go on vacations with his grandkids, but that tragically ended. And in this impact statement, he is the primary victim. His life was stolen. He'll never get to see his grandkids graduate college or have their own children or get married. He'll never get to enjoy his retirement with my mother, who's also a victim in this crime. She is.
Still with us, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. Marie, hearing the family there speak victim impact statements, such a tragic loss, and you can feel they're just going through a really tough time.
I remember this case, and I remember, I had some really strong opinions on it. I think it's
Losing someone that you've been married to for that long, dedicated, lovingly. Also, I can't imagine the way she feels the violation of the sanctity of her home, some place where you're supposed to feel refuge and safe. I hope that she has that feeling because I don't know if I would ever have it again. She'll never get to see his warm, smiling face or his warm embrace. We will never have the safety of knowing that he has had our back because he's no longer with us. My family has had a significant impact emotionally. We have suffered, school has suffered from depression. My daughter has had trouble making friends. I have had severe depression. My father was my hero, and I couldn't get the idea of his murder out of my head whenever I would remember him. And that is something that I will never forgive the defendants for, because anytime I remember any of these warm, wonderful things about my father, I also think about his last moments of terror, thinking that my mother is going to die as well. I will never forget that. And I hope that the court takes that into its determination today. And my broader family, everyone has been devastated. Every day we go to work is a trial of our patience and our fortitude, because everything there is tainted with his presence. He filled the place with joy, and his presence is missed every day. I would say that someone could be forgiven for something like this should they ask for it, but I don't see that the defendants are remorseful in the least. Tainted with his presence. He filled the place with joy. And I would also hope that the court would take that into consideration. Another consideration I hope is taken into account is that he is the second jeweler to be murdered in as many years over money. I think that in order to make sure that this doesn't happen, we need to make sure that all parties that are accompanied to this crime are prosecuted to the full extent of the law. That's my wish, I hope. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Abdu Murray, the eldest son. I'm Abdu Hussein Murray, the eldest son of Hussein Abdu Murray and Linda Murray. Your Honor, you've heard enough statements of the way crime has shattered families to last through a lifetime. It's part of the burden you bear as a public servant. It's a burden I am grateful you had the fortitude to bear for us. Sentencing is a time when we imperfect vessels of justice try to fit the sentence with the crime, with the consequences with the sin. And that's what's happened here. It really is sin. We call it crime, but it's a sin. It's a grievous sin, a sin that took a vibrant life never to be replaced on this side of heaven. A sin that shattered my mom's life and her sense of security. You know, my dad was larger than life. He was generous to a fault. He was strong as an ox, and he was brave as a lion. And with one act of trust, based on one act of deceit, planned deceit, the lion that protected my mom was slain. Carlos Hernandez and Joshua Zuazo robbed my mom of her lifelong companion, her husband of 54 years. They snatched away his grandkids' futures of seeing him light up a room at their graduations, at their weddings, at the birth of their kids so he could have grandkids with my mom. Our very large family looked to him in so many ways, emotionally, spiritually, financially. So when they robbed my mom of her husband, they robbed us all. My brothers and I were robbed of our hero, our counselor, and just dad. But another robbery happened after my dad's murder, and that was the robbery of our dignity. You know, Carlos Hernandez and Joshua Suazo are guilty of this sin. They're guilty of this crime, and it was obvious. It was painfully obvious. So very obvious that it took the juries less than an hour to convict them both. The mountain of evidence leading to a guilty verdict was absolutely inevitable. Absolutely inevitable. And of course, I believe strongly in the defendant's right to a fair and just and speedy trial. And this court did an amazing job of ensuring that they got that right to be exercised. It's a right that I believe in heavily. It's a right for every human being and every citizen of this country to have, and I would defend that right to a fair trial. But just because you have the right to a fair trial doesn't mean making us sit through a week of it was the right thing to do. It was not the right thing to do. They could have exercised another right, and that right is to plead guilty, to own their sin, to do at least one thing that could have been a testimony to this community and their families and everyone else about what it means to own sin, to own up to the consequences and to bear those consequences. Instead, they chose to make my mom sit in that box and testify and relive the worst day of her life. They chose to make us relive our private hells. They chose to make us watch and hear and listen to forensic evidence about the violent way my father met his end at their hands. They chose to make us sit through text messages where they planned a heist that would get them the house of their dreams and the yard they've always longed for. My mom and my dad, who came from virtually nothing, worked their whole lives to get the big house and the yard. And Joshua Zuazo and Carlos Hernandez descended upon that house with envious eyes. And they made us sit through a week of that at the trial. Not to mention the preliminary hearing. All the while knowing they were guilty, but banking on the slimmest of chances, and the chances were exceedingly infinitesimally slim, that they would get out of that guilt, or that they would get less than the maximum sentence. What that tells me, Your Honor, is that there is not yet any repentance in their heart for the sins they have committed. And that tells me they have not yet fully come to terms with the enormity of the damage, with the size of the crater, with the vastness of their sin. It tells me that the only way they will ever really truly understand the depth of what they've done to us and to the community is for them to spend the rest of their lives in prison and never get out. Their sin has lifelong consequences for us, and their sin should have lifelong consequences for them, and the law of the land provides for that. And maybe then, and this is a hope I have for you guys, maybe then you'll see what's happened, the depth and the consequences of this whole thing. I don't think it's going to take anything less.
All right, we're going to slip in a commercial break. The heartbreak there in that Michigan courtroom. We'll have more of the sentencing hearing. Plus, Matt Johnson with an update on Walsh. Stay with us. We're expecting Anna Walsh's boss to testify after the lunch.
Killing a jewelry store owner is being sentenced today. Now, Carlos Hernandez and Joshua Zuazo were both found guilty earlier this year of murder and unlawful imprisonment after dressing up as utility workers in order to gain access to the home of a local jewelry store owner, Hussein Murray. The two men then bound Murray and his wife in an attempt to rob the home. Murray was eventually beaten and choked to death. I want to go back to court now to see more of today's sentencing.
Ms. Lawson, any allocution on behalf of Defendant Hernandez?
Yes, Your Honor. As to count one, obviously, as Mr. McCarthy has stated, the court has not given many options. As to count 2 and 3, guidelines are scored at the bottom end of 62 months to 228 months. My client is requesting that I ask the court to sentence to the bottom of the guidelines on count 2 and count 3. My client likewise is going to decline his rights to make a statement. He intends to appeal, and I do have that form filled out.
Any statement you'd like to make to the court, Defendant Hernandez, prior to your sentencing?
No, ma'am.
All right, this court, having sentenced many individuals over the years, it is rarely
Watch your step. Sure. Thank you. Have a seat. Just remind you, keep your voice up for me, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Correct.
And he was smiling.
Yes,
And you told us that during the night, because it's New Year's Eve, Anna's texting people and she's getting text messages while you guys are in that kitchen.
that's correct.
Could I please have Exhibit 3 again? Thank you. And during the time that you were there, am I correct that it was about 5 hours you spent that night? I think you said 8:30 to 1:30?
Roughly 4 to 5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you weren't drunk, right?
No.
They weren't drunk?
No.
The champagne was free flowing, so to speak, but everyone was just happy and tipsy.
Yeah.
And during the night, there are, you had mentioned there was food being served, conversations about the future, and Anna was getting text messages from people, and she was sending text messages to people.
That's correct.
And while you're sitting in that kitchen, the three of you, at some point, she says, let's send a picture to Will.
I believe that's what she said. I'm not 100% sure. I believe that's what she said. Yeah. Yeah.
And after that, you stayed for quite a bit after that.
Again, I don't remember at what part of the evening that, oh, actually, I do, because I would have, because this would have been exactly when their oldest son, was awake. So it would have been towards the beginning. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
And so you stayed for several hours after that, right?
that's correct.
And during the night, everyone continued to be jovial, I believe you described,
That's correct.
drinking champagne,
That's right.
laughing with each other.
That's correct.
And I think you had told us on direct that at some point, Brian had told you that he had lost his phone,
That he had misplaced his phone.
misplaced his phone. And I think you had said that he told you it was liberating not to have it.
That's correct.
And he was kind of laughing about how free it felt not to be on a cell phone.
Yeah, that was the gist of it. Correct.
At some point on January 4th, you had a conversation with Brian over the phone?
Was that a Wednesday? If
I
it
don't
was-
have a calendar out, but I think you had said, I appreciate everyone quickly moving.
So the first was a Sunday.
2, 3, 4.
Because yes, on Wednesday I did. Yes, I received a call from Brian.
And on that call, you had just seen them at about 1:30 on New Year's Eve, so about not even 4 days before.
That's correct.
And he had told you that he hadn't spoken to her in several days and that
That's
she
correct.
was missing.
That's correct.
And I think you told us on direct that you were in shock. It didn't make sense to you,
That's correct.
that you were just with them.
That's correct.
And you said to Brian, did you guys have an argument? Did you have a disagreement, right?
I did.
And you asked him that repeatedly.
I don't know if I asked him that repeatedly. I did ask him that question.
And he said to you, no. Did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
That's correct.
Because it didn't make sense to you that they hadn't spoken in days, right?
That's correct. And it also didn't make sense to me that she would leave shortly after I left. There was, yeah.
And so given that, it didn't make sense to you. You were there until 1:30. They weren't arguing.
They weren't arguing, no.
You said the night was joyful.
That's correct.
They were happy.
That's correct.
And from everything you saw and what you've told us, they were in love.
Well, they were happy is a loaded statement, I
Well,
think.
let me-
I mean, they seemed happy that night, but people are complex. So I want to make sure that I answer that question truthfully.
No, I appreciate that.
So
Let me ask you this.
I did know a couple days in advance that
So let
she,
me just stop you
yeah,
for a minute.
thank you,
okay?
sure.
You've been a realtor for 23 years,
25 years now.
25 years. So you're a salesperson, right? In a sense, one of the aspects of your job is to sell properties, right?
That's correct.
And would you say that one of your greatest assets is to
be able to read people.
That's true.
Understand
To listen,
people.
to understand, yes.
I think you just said people are complex.
That's correct.
And so you in your professional job, part of it is to kind of be able to understand those complexities.
Yes,
To see if someone is maybe putting on a brave face or holding back, right?
sure.
And you had known Anna and Brian Walsh as a married couple for almost 3 years at that point, right?
That's correct.
And you have spent time with them together.
Mhm.
You said that their family was like your family, right?
Sure.
And you had spent time with Brian by himself.
I hadn't seen Brian in months at that point. And I hadn't also only seen Anna physically. I hadn't seen Anna physically in months.
Okay, but in the past, in those times that you have described them as family, as close friends, you would spend time with Brian Walsh just one-on-one.
Yes, I had.
You would spend time with Anna just one-on-one.
That's correct.
She worked for you, and you described that you would be in touch all day, every day when she was working for you, right?
I can't say it was every single day, but
Okay,
it
well,
was.
she brought pastries to your home in the South End,
Sure,
right?
sure. Yeah.
And you told us that she was your confidant and you were hers, right?
That's correct.
You went through an intense program with Mr. Walsh, right?
That's correct.
And you spent 5 hours with him on New Year's Eve on December 31st of 2022, right?
That's correct.
And you described the night as joyful,
Jovial.
as full of hope.
I'm not sure.
Before the break, that everyone was hopeful and looking towards the new year.
I'm not sure that I would describe it as hopeful for the new year specifically. If you had to ask me specifically as to what the mood was, whether she was, because I had heard a couple days prior.
I'm going to stop you.
Sure.
You all signed the champagne bottle, right?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And that's where the complexity comes into play. I cannot know what was going on in their hearts and minds. Yeah. Of course. Thank you.
I understand,
Of course.
sir. I'm
Yeah.
talking about those complexities.
Sure.
You said that everyone was laughing that night together, right?
Yeah, there was a good mood that night.
Good mood that
Yeah.
night. You never saw them argue, right?
I did not.
You said at one point that you saw them talking and laughing with each other, right?
Sure. Yes, I did.
And at one point, Thomas came downstairs and they didn't shoot him back up to bed. It was happy to have their son together with you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And when Brian was cooking for you, he was even putting a Turkish flair on some of the foods specifically for you, right?
That's correct. I remember him saying that. Yeah.
And at 1:30 when you left, they weren't even telling you to leave. You just realized it was late and you should go.
That is also correct.
And so when you heard that Brian was telling you that he hadn't spoken to his wife in 3 days, that did not make sense to you.
It did not.
Because when you left at 1:30 in the morning, it was a joyful, happy occasion. I'm using your words. It was a joyful, happy occasion on New Year's Eve of January 31st, 2022.
I didn't understand how Anna could be missing and how we did not know about this since the first of the year. It had been 3 days, and our community had not been correct. We had not known about this for 3 days. I did not understand, and the tone of voice was not panicked.
So let me just ask you my question again.
Yes, thank you.
Let me know if I'm not phrasing it right.
Please.
When you left the house
Yes.
of your good friends
Yes.
on January 31st of January 1st now at 1:30 in the morning.
Yes.
The mood was joyful and happy.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
I think I'll be brief, Your Honor. Sir, you said you had heard a couple days prior. Had you heard from Anna a couple days prior? When you were saying about people being complex.
Your Honor, I apologize. I could be just losing my hearing. I can't hear Mr. Connor.
Sorry, and I'm talking into my shoulder, so that's my fault. Sir, when you were saying people are complex and you had heard a couple days prior, are you referring to your conversation with Anna a couple days prior?
Yes, I was. I am.
What is it that you heard in your conversation a couple days prior that makes you say that people are complex?
That they had marital problems.
Objection, move to strike the characterization.
All right, and I'm going to remind you, sir, I'm going to strike the marital problems of characterization, but you can, without characterizing, you can discuss, you recall her saying, even if you don't remember the exact
Sure.
words.
I
Why
recall.
don't we state the question again?
Sure.
Yeah.
Understanding what Her Honor said as far as what Anna was saying.
Sure.
What is it that you heard in that conversation that you just said that people are complex?
Well, if I may I explain?
I think you can't, sir. I think you have to stay with just what Anna said to you.
Sure.
And you state what Anna said to you. If you can't, that's okay. But if you can state what Anna said to you, that's my question.
On the 29th,
Yes.
when we had that phone conversation,
Yes, sir.
she told me that there were cracks in the relationships. And I don't know which words. She may have used precisely those words. She may have used other words.
Be seen sidebar objection, and I'm going to move to strike that testimony.
I'll hear you at the sidebar before I make any ruling on that. try that question again.
So, sir, I know it's been 3 years.
It has been.
To the best of your recollection, what I'm asking you is on that December 29th conversation, to the best of your recollection, what did Anna Walsh say to you that led you to say that people are complex?
Okay. The complexity I'm referring to is the fact that on the 29th,
Okay.
on the 29th, she gave me information. I cannot recall the exact words. She gave me information that she was having problems in her marriage with Brian.
And Your Honor, move to strike.
To the best of your recollection, what did she say?
Well, again, it's been 3 years, Your Honor.
If you have a recollection, you do, and if you don't, sir, that's fine too.
I remember what was discussed at the conversation. I just don't remember the exact words. I did give my testimony when it was very fresh.
I know we're
Yeah,
all
I understand. Sure.
jumping in the middle.
Sure.
And sir, it's just because we want to make sure we get it right.
Okay.
So, you had the conversation with Anna on the 29th.
That's correct.
Do you remember what she said? If you don't, you don't. It's okay. Do you remember what she said that makes you think that people are complex?
Well, it's not what she said that night that makes me think that people are complex. I know people are
Your Honor, move
complex.
to strike. Maybe
All right, I'll
we can
strike the
set that.
end, redirect the witness to the time frame.
All right. So, just on December 29th,
Yeah.
what did she say to you as far as your concerns about her being?
I don't recall the exact words.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlu.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Marlene Ramdahal. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You can just follow me, please. Just take your time, just watch your step.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, could you please state your name for the record? Good afternoon, Marlene Ramdahal. And can you please spell your name for the record?
Yes, Marlene, Marlenny. Last name Ramdehal.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a senior U.S. probation officer.
And what is your jurisdiction?
The District of Massachusetts.
Where is your office located?
In Taunton.
And how long have you been a federal probation officer?
Approximately 12 years.
Are you familiar with Brian Walsh?
I am.
And how long have you known Mr. Walsh?
Since November of 2021.
And that's when you first met him?
Yes.
And how often did you see him?
Approximately once every 60 days.
And how did you see him?
At his residence or at my office.
And can you please identify him for the record?
Mr. Walsh in the black sweater.
Thank you. Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
In January of 2023 and December of 2022, was Mr. Walsh, the defendant, subject to conditions set by a federal district court?
He was.
And what were those conditions?
He was subject to a number of conditions, to include home confinement, which limited his movement in the community.
When was the defendant authorized to leave his home?
He was authorized to leave his residence with a pre-scheduled pass, so he would have to ask permission before leaving his home.
Did he have set windows that he was allowed to leave?
He did.
And what was he required to do before leaving his home?
Prior to leaving his residence, he would have to have an approved schedule.
And who would approve that schedule?
I would.
Where was he allowed to go?
A client on the home confinement program is only allowed to leave the residence for essential necessities. So things such as employment, education, religion, treatment, attorney visits, court-appointed activities. He was also allowed to do things such as grocery shop, banking, grooming, things of that nature. He also had permission to do things with his children and his mother.
So what did he need to do as far as specifying where he would go?
So on Thursdays, he was to submit schedules to me with what essential necessities would be required for the following week.
And how would he do that?
He would send me an email.
And what email did he use?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
What permission did he have to leave the state?
He did not have permission to leave the state.
You said that he was allowed to go for necessities. Is a restaurant considered a necessity?
No, it is not.
What did he have to do if he wanted to deviate from the schedule that he had submitted on Thursdays, I believe you said?
Correct. Yeah, if there was a change to the schedule, he would be required to submit a new schedule request.
And how would he do that?
Again, via email.
And who would he do that to?
Myself.
So I want to ask you about Friday, January 6th of 2023. Did you see the defendant that day in person?
I did.
Okay. And what contact did you receive from him requesting permission for his window for the following week?
On January 6th, Mr. Walsh submitted a schedule for Wednesday, the 11th. He requested a haircut appointment from 1:30 to 3:15. He also requested a pass for the 12th to meet with his probate attorney from 10:30 to 3:15.
What contact did you have from the defendant on January 5th of 2023?
On January 5th, Mr. Walsh contacted me to inform me of law enforcement contact, which is required by his conditions of release. He also notified me that his wife, Anna, was missing.
What was his window of release on Thursday, January 5th?
On January 5th, he had a reoccurring schedule to drop off his children between 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. He then had a pass to assist his mother with some errands from 10:15 to 1:30. And then he had a reoccurring schedule to pick up his children from 3:45 to 6:15.
And the morning schedule and the afternoon schedule, was that a set recurring schedule?
Correct, Monday through Friday.
And was the middle, the time that he was with his mother, was that also a recurring time, or was that something he had just requested?
He had just requested it the week prior.
And what was the window of release for Wednesday, January 4th?
The 4th would have been drop off children from 8 to 10:30. Then he had a reoccurring groceries schedule from 11 to 1:30, and again, pickup of the children from 3:15 to 6:45.
So that was all prearranged?
Correct, yes.
And what was the window of release on Tuesday, January 3rd?
Tuesday, drop off children, 8 to 10:30, pick up children 3:15 to 6:45, and he had a reoccurring schedule as well to get his trash out, and that was from 7:50 to 8:20, I believe.
In the evening?
In the evening, sorry.
Okay. And why did he need that for the trash?
Because it wasn't on his property.
Okay. And what was the window of release for Monday, January 2nd of 2023?
On Monday the 2nd, he only had pickup and drop off of the children, so 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., and then pick up from 3:15 to 6:45.
Okay. But did you receive some information about an unauthorized leave for that day?
I did.
And when was that?
Approximately 3:53 p.m.
And did you speak to him?
I did.
And what contact did you have with him?
I reached out to him to ask him about the unauthorized leave, and he indicated that he was picking up his children per usual.
Okay. And in fact, the 3:15 to 6:45, was that authorized for Monday, January 2nd, 2023, being a holiday?
It was, because there was no notification that school was not in session.
And what was the window of release on Sunday, January 1st of 2023?
On the 1st, he had submitted a request to return his mother home from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And what do you mean return his mother home?
He indicated that his mother was staying with him post-surgery, and he was taking her back to her residence.
And when was that window established?
That would have been the week prior, so I want to say December 22nd.
And where did he indicate that he would be returning his mother?
To her residence.
And where was that, if you know?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. And at that point, did he ask permission to go to a restaurant?
He did not.
For January 1st of 2023?
He did not.
And was the defendant allowed to go places if he had not cleared it with you first?
He was not allowed to do any unapproved stops.
I might have one moment.
You may.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Yes, thank you. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So did I hear you right that said Mr. Walsh asked to be able to go 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday, January 1st? He asked that the prior week of December 22nd.
That is correct.
And there were, to go out to a restaurant, that would have been correct.
It would need court approval. Probation does not have the authority to approve non-essential necessities.
So you'd have to go through a court process that takes quite a while to go through the federal court process?
It's a motion to the court, so it's just a documentation that needs to be submitted.
But it has to be filed, has to be decided, has to be returned.
That is correct.
So, and there's always the chance that it wouldn't be allowed.
Correct.
So if somebody like Mr. Walsh wanted to take his wife out to a restaurant for New Year's Day, there's a chance that he wouldn't be permitted and get permission to take his wife to a New Year's Day dinner, even if he had filed a request.
There is that chance, correct.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth will call Anthony McCrenna.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Take your time to watch your step.
David, just keep your voice up to the speaker.
Sure,
right?
yep.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Tony Macrina, Macrina.
Where do you work, sir?
Home Depot.
And what do you do for Home Depot?
I am a district asset protection manager.
And what are your responsibilities as a district asset protection manager?
I help increase profitability by mitigating losses and creating a safe work environment for the associates and customers.
How long have you been with Home Depot?
Currently 4.5 years.
And how, in that time, you've always been a district asset protection manager?
Yes.
And what is your district?
It's considered Southeastern Mass. So it's approximately 20 stores in that area.
All right. Does that include Rockland?
Yes.
Sir, have you had the opportunity to help produce a receipt and videos to law enforcement in January 2023 in this matter?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review both of those prior to today?
I did.
Sir, as far as the videos that are maintained at Home Depot, are they done in the normal course of business?
Yes, they are.
Are they done in good faith?
Yes.
And the videos, I take it they're recorded digitally?
Correct.
So when they're recorded as it's happening to a server, correct?
Yes.
What access do you have to the server?
I remote in, but using a laptop or a computer.
Okay. Can anyone have access to it?
Just anybody who works within the asset protection department.
And sir, the videos that you had a chance to review, did you look at a thumb drive and then sign the back of it?
Yes.
You may.
Sure, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you see it?
Yes.
And do you see your initials in the back?
I do.
Were these the videos you had a chance to review prior to today to confirm that they were the videos you had turned over from the store depot on January 2nd in Rockland?
Yes, they were.
So you can have the thumb drive marked.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
The Home Depot thumb drive, now in evidence as 260.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish some of the videos from the Home Depot thumb drive?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the video Home Depot entering? If we could press pause. Mr. McCrenna, can you see the video on the screen?
Yes.
Where is this in the Home Depot?
This is a shot of the doorway where most customers after purchasing would walk out. So the main exit, we call this.
The main exit. Now, at the bottom of the screen, there's a date and time. Are the dates and times accurate on the Home Depot videos?
Yes, they are.
And to be clear, this is Rockland, right?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could close out that. And Ms. Gilman, could we have pro exit purchasing? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go to 107 on this. Thank you. Sir, where is this location in Home Depot in Rockland?
This is on one side of the store. We call it the pro exit. So generally, this is where the lumber is purchased, and it's usually a bigger space so that you can get those bigger carts through the doorway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCrenna, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that the receipt that corresponds to the video we just saw?
yes.
How are you able to find a receipt to corresponds to the video?
I was given an item number from the state police.
And so then you look up the item number?
Looked up the item number and it brings me right to this transaction. The two are tied together.
And so the receipts are kept in the normal course of business?
Yes,
In good faith?
yes,
You turn this over to the police in January 2023.
yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from Home Depot for January 2nd as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to 260 is now in evidence as 261.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 261?
You may.
Thank you. Looking at the top of it, sir, what is the address of the store?
1149 Hingham Street, Rockland, Massachusetts.
And what is the significance of Register 3?
Register 3 is the register number that was shown in the video where those purchases were made.
And Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to the bottom? Actually, stay right there, Ms. Gilman. Sir, on A&H baking soda, what is that?
That is a 12-pound bag of baking soda. It was the one that was on the bottom of the cart.
Home Depot sells 12 pounds of baking soda?
Yes.
And then what is the date and the time of the transaction?
The date is 1/2 of 2023 at 5:01 and 47 seconds p.m.
What was the amount for the transaction?
The amount was $453.54.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you. Commonwealth would call Kelly Roy, Paleologos.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Take your time, just watch your step, okay? You can have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
Also, just do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak. Okay. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you bring that microphone a little bit closer to you? Will help keep things loud.
Is that better?
Much better.
Okay.
Could you state your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Kaliroy Paleologos, K-A-L-I-R-O-I, last name P-A-L-A-I-O-L-O-G-O-S.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at Beacon Communities, more specifically Chatham West and the Pines.
And what is Chatham West?
It's a housing residential apartment complex.
Where is Chatham West located?
Brockton, Massachusetts.
And what do you do there?
I'm a property manager.
And as the property manager, do you have access to their surveillance videos?
Yes, sir, I do.
And as far as the surveillance videos, how many cameras do they have on the exterior of their building?
Approximately 25 back in 23.
In January of 2023, how many units were at Chatham West?
507.
507?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really large
Yes,
complex. What does Chatham West have for dumpsters in January 2023?
About 21 dumpsters.
And what access does the general public have to the dumpsters in January 2023?
They're open to the public.
Okay. Now, In January 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce surveillance videos to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review them prior to today?
Yes.
Have they been edited in any fashion?
No, sir.
And Chatham West, when they maintain their surveillance videos, done the normal course of business?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. Do you maintain your surveillance videos in the normal course of business?
Yes, I do.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And again, you turn these over to law enforcement in January 2023?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May?
Ma'am, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
Yes, it does.
Does this have the video that you reviewed that had you previously turned over to law enforcement?
Yes, it does.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the video from Chatham West on the thumb drive marked as an exhibit.
No objection. It will be marked and admitted into evidence now as 262.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish the video from Chatham West?
You may.
Thank you. Pause. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. In the top left-hand corner, what does it say as far as a date and time?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time?
5:11 at night.
Okay. Now, with your surveillance videos, is the time accurate or can be off?
It's accurate. Could be off by a minute or two, but it's accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Ma'am, your videos, I noticed that it's not continuous. Is that all of your videos or how is that? Can you explain that process?
It depends on the camera. There's a little bit of a lag where it becomes choppy like that.
So that's not abnormal. It can happen with your surveillance sometimes?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
No questions.
The witness may step down. Thank you, ma'am. Would now be a good time to break for the lunch.
Well, Your Honor, I think the Commonwealth's always made its opinion on lunch.
All right. Jurors, we'll take our lunch break now, and we'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Jurors, everything all rise. Jurors, leave no quick speeches. Follow me. Watch your step, please.
Be seated. Does anyone need to discuss anything?
Nothing from the Commonwealth, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Have a good lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Close in recess.
Okay, we are now at lunch for an hour, looks like. So I'm going to go back to the sentencing. So please give me a couple minutes to switch.
Rarely does the court see this level of depravity, this level of arrogance and greed, because that's what that was all based on. You could care less about a man's life in order for you to fulfill the fantasy of the life that you wanted. The white picket fence, the house, his life meant nothing. You were just with them. The idea that there is such a loss of
Did you have a disagreement?
humanity in your actions. You go to his home the evening before. He looks at you eye to eye. Eye to eye, he's kind. Most people would not be kind at 10 o'clock in the evening. That doesn't stop you. That just because it didn't alters your plan to go back the next day. And you go back the next day with the intent to deceive and invade. And every single step you put.
I left. There was, yeah.
And so given that, it didn't make sense to you. You were there until 1:30. They weren't arguing.
They weren't arguing, no.
You said the night was joyful.
That's correct.
They were happy.
That's correct.
And from everything you saw and what you've told us, they were in love.
Well, they were happy is a loaded statement, I think. I mean, they seemed happy that night, but people are complex. So I want to make sure that I answer that question truthfully.
No, I appreciate that. Let me ask you this.
I did know a couple days in advance that
Let me just stop you for a minute.
Thank you, sure.
You've been a realtor for 23 years.
25 years now.
25 years. So you're a salesperson, right? In a sense, one of the aspects of your job is to sell properties, right?
That's correct.
And would you say that one of your greatest assets is to be able to read people?
That's true. To listen, to understand, yes.
I think you just said people are complex.
That's correct.
And so you in your professional job, part of it is to kind of be able to understand those complexities.
Yes.
To see if someone is maybe putting on a brave face or holding back, right?
Sure.
And you had known Anna and Brian Walsh as a married couple for almost 3 years at that point, right?
That's correct.
And you have spent time with them together.
Okay, I'm going to have to reboot. I've got a echo somewhere, and I'm not sure where it's at. Give me a moment, please.
point, when you walked in that house, every step on the way to that basement, on your way down with him, you could have said, okay, enough is enough. It's gone too far. But you couldn't, because it's a cowardice act, because that's exactly what you are. It is pathetic. Your actions are absolutely pathetic. You thought you came up with this brilliant plan, You boasted about it in messages, that you had it all figured out. There's signs, there's timing, you got it all figured out. What you didn't realize was every single thing that you did, every little pathetic cowardice act that you did, led to a trail of evidence that ended up being copious amounts of evidence that led in very quick convictions with 2 separate juries. None of us know exactly what happened in the basement when you two went down. Obviously, we didn't have a video to be able to see it. We see the aftermath of what happens when you go down there. But I am certain that Mr. Murray fought you with the courage of a man who spent his life protecting his home and his family. And I hope whatever those last words he said to you, or whatever that last moment that he looked at you, haunts you for the rest of your life. Because you see, one breath of Mr. Murray's life doesn't amount to 1 ounce of your dignity or worth. He was a loyal man. He was a hardworking man. How dare you? It is the sentence of the court as to defendant Zuazo, as to count 1, homicide, felony murder, habitual for the defendant served his natural life in the Michigan Department of Corrections without the possibility of parole. As to count 2 and 3, it's unlawful imprisonment as an habitual 4. It is the sentence of the court. The defendant served 228 days to 80 years in the Michigan Department of Corrections with the 421 days of credit. Restitution is $2,819. State cost is $204. Crime victim rate is $130. You have an absolute right to file an appeal with the Michigan Court of Appeals. You can't afford an attorney. The court would appoint one for you. You have 42 days to make that request. As to the
Judge, may I interject? You indicated 228 days.
220 months.
That's what I thought.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As to defendant Hernandez, this is case number 2024-291945. As to count 1, it is the sentence of the court that defendant served his natural life in the Michigan Department of Corrections without the possibility of parole. As to counts 2 and 3, it is the sentence of the court that defendant served 228 months to 80 years in the Michigan Department of Corrections. He'll receive his 423 days of credit. It's $2819 for restitution, $204 for state costs. Crime victim rate is $130. And I didn't say this, I know Mr. Zuazo was removed. It's no contact whatsoever, directly or indirectly, with Linda Murray and or the Murray family. You have an absolute right to file an application for me to appeal with the Court of Appeals. If you can't afford an attorney, the court appoints one for you. You have 42 days to make that request.
Your Honor, as to Mr. Zuazo, who has been removed from the courtroom, he executed the request for appellate counsel form, and I'm going to hand it to your clerk before I leave.
Okay, and Mr. Hardy, do you want him brought back in for you to say that in his presence? Because I'd be happy to do that.
If we could do that, that would be great.
Let's bring them back in. And Ms. Lawson?
And for the record, Your Honor, my client has also executed his right to appeal, and it will be tendered over to your clerk. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Of course.
All right, so as you just heard, Judge Yasmin Poles sentences Carlos Hernandez, the gentleman you see there, as well as his partner in crime, Joshua Zuazo, to life in prison without the possibility of parole, commenting on the depravity of the crime, and also something that I thought as well as this case was going on. They go the night before. The gentleman is nice to them. He is respectful, tells them to come back, and they had all that time to think about what they were doing, or perhaps doing the right thing, and they chose not to. So she sentenced them here, life without parole, for their natural life. All right, let's bring in our guest for this hour. Joining us, Boston-based criminal defense attorney Tim Bradel. Tim, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining me here on the program. I want to get your reaction to not only the sentence here, I think that was clearly expected considering the crime, but also some of the words that the judge had to say.
Yeah, Michael, no surprises here on this.
Okay, we now have the trial up of the Allison Feldman murder red room trial coverage. Again, this trial is about this gentleman who unalived his wife, and the way that this case was solved was through familiar DNA. His case actually went up to the Supreme Court of Arizona, saying that the DNA testing was illegal because he was pulled over originally as a driving underneath the influence. They took 2 vials of his blood. They were supposed to destroy one of them. Apparently, they kept the one. When then they redid the DNA, and it was a match to this red rooming. So we are in day 5 of this, or correction, day 6 of this trial, and we will continue on. I will be keeping an eye on the Walsh trial, and we will flip back to them when they come back. So here we go.
I'm a forensic pathologist. All right. I'm going to bring Exhibit 21 up there in the possibility that you need to review a copy of your report. Yes, sir, I've seen my report and I have printed my own copy of it as well. Thank you. Doctor, first of all, where are you currently employed? I'm employed by the Stanislaus County Sheriff's Department Coroner's Division in Stanislaus County, California. And how long have you been there? Since 2019. All righty. And by the way, Doctor, I don't know whether it's old age or not, but my voice tends to go soft on occasion. So I'm using this microphone. But if you don't understand one of my questions, don't hear it, let me know. I'll repeat it. All right? Yes, sir. Can you hear me okay now? Yes, sir. Thank you. So, in your current position, can you describe for the jury what your daily routine is? My daily routine is to deal with whatever cases California law brings us under the coroner's law, which are usually unnatural deaths or unexplained deaths or traumatic deaths, either by reviewing records, by reviewing laboratory tests, by doing autopsies and looking at other related tests. All right. And when we use the term autopsy, I'm assuming most people know what that involves, but could you give us a general description? Let's say the local law enforcement agency is investigating a homicide, potential homicide. The victim's body is brought to you to perform an autopsy. Describe for us what you would do. I would first review whatever records we have. We might, in certain cases, x-ray the bodies, such as in decomposed bodies. I would then do a preliminary examination, looking at the body for just overall appearances, even the clothing, what's on the body, recovering trace evidence if it hasn't already been done at the scene.
then followed by a more detailed external examination looking for natural disease processes, variations among people, and of course injuries, and then an internal examination of the entire body, where again I look for disease processes or injuries, and in that case internally I'll take samples to be tested or to be saved.
All right. And counsel, where do I need to stand so you can?
I can see pretty good, thank you.
Okay. Doctor, let me take you back a few years. First of all, where did you attend medical school?
The University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center in Dallas.
And when did you graduate?
1981.
What did you do after that?
I was a family practice intern at St. Paul's Hospital, Dallas, Texas.
And so how did you come to get involved in pathology?
Actually, I worked my way through college and medical school as a lab tech in the blood bank, and it was sort of a natural fit. And I had a chance to go to New York Hospital.
And so you graduated from medical school. Do you consider yourself a forensic pathologist?
I would like to, and my credentials suggest I am.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get at here is, so how did you get to that?
I then trained in pathology at the New York Hospital, Cornell University Medical Center from 82 to 85. I did a year of basic research as a fellow at New York Hospital, Cornell. And from most of 86 to 91, I worked at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner in New York City as a medical examiner. And during that time, I got my board certifications by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and in forensic pathology.
So in the course of your career as a medical examiner, can you estimate for us how many autopsies or post-mortem examinations you have done?
No, just several thousands. Typically, it's somewhere around 200 a year. This last year is the first year in a long time. It's like 160, or it's on track to be like 160.
All right. At some point, did you find your way to the valley here?
Yes, more than once.
And at one point in your career, were you employed at the Maricopa County Medical Examiner?
It's 2012 to 2015.
And when you left there, when you left here, where did you go?
I went to Alameda County in San Francisco for their sheriff coroner division.
And you've used the term coroner. I've used the term medical examiner. Is there a difference?
Under California law, medical examiner, forensic pathologist, coroner's pathologist are basically describing the same job.
All right. I want to take you to February of 2015. Were you employed here at that time?
2015?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I was.
And were you at some point, did you become involved in the investigation into the death of a young woman by the name of Allison Feldman?
Yes, sir.
And did you perform an autopsy or post-mortem examination of Miss Feldman's body?
On the 19th of February, yes, sir.
All right. Typically, how long does this type of procedure take?
An autopsy can be highly variable. It can be even less than an hour in a, unfortunately now, typical fentanyl overdose kind of case. Or I've had autopsies that have taken me over a day and a half, up to 2 days.
Let's go to Ms. Feldman. And if you need to refer to the exhibit, and now I've forgotten the exhibit number, the one that in the booklet in front of you.
000448. But again, I have a copy if you want to take that one back. It's the one you sent me.
Well, why don't we use this one?
Yes, sir.
It'll make it better for the record.
Okay.
And I forget the exhibit number, but it is Exhibit 21, which contains your report.
Sorry.
So can you tell me, Doctor, and if you need to refer to it, just let us know that you're referring to it. But what I want to ask you is the height.
Your Honor.
Could you approach, please?
Okay, doctor, what I was about to ask you was if at some point you need to review the report to refresh your recollection, if you could let us know. I'm not going to ask you to read from your report, and I obviously at some point need to establish, whether you have a personal recollection of some of the details. So my first question to you is, do you recall today, without looking at your report, Miss Feldman's weight and height?
She's 5'7" and she's more than 150 pounds, but exactly how much I'd have to look.
And let me ask you this. Over the last couple of months, have you had occasion to review your original report?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Have you had occasion to review photographs that were taken during this post-mortem examination?
Yes, sir.
Did any of that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Would looking at some of those photographs help you describe your observations that you made during your examination?
I think so, yes, sir.
And Your Honor, at this point, for the record, we have a stipulation to the introduction of several photographs. They are 518 through 544, I believe.
Okay, and any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It's ordered admitting exhibits 518 through 544 into evidence.
As well as 468.
And any objection to 468? It's ordered admitting exhibit 468 into evidence.
Doctor, so how did Miss Feldman's body get to the medical examiner's office?
I don't know the details of the record of who transported and things of that nature, but personnel from our office went to the scene, secured the body in a pouch, sealed it, and brought it back to the office.
So I want to show you exhibit 529. What do we see here, Doctor?
We see probably the first picture taken by our technician showing the case number on the black and white metal marker board. And next to it is the sealed pouch with the zipper sealed by a medical examiner seal 000288.
And the number that we see here, 15-1238, what number is that?
That's the unique case number assigned to her.
So when I show you some of the photographs, is it possible that same number is going to appear?
It should.
All righty.
And then, of course, Mr. Imbordino, if you could just give me a heads up if you're going to show a sensitive photo.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Doctor, before we get into the details of your findings, what I would like to do, in the event that there may be some jurors or people who don't hear some of these terms every day, I have a list of terms I want to ask you to define. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, I have provided a copy to the court reporter as well as defense.
Okay.
It's not an exhibit, just demonstrative
Okay.
purposes.
Any objections?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, Your Honor, can I ask if the jurors are able to see this?
If there's anyone who can't see it, could you raise your hand? And there are no hands raised.
So let's start at the top. These are some terms that I picked out myself, not for any particular reason, but let's start out with asphyxial injury. If we use that term, what are we describing? What are you describing?
Asphyxia injuries means injuries obviously related to asphyxia, with asphyxia being something that causes inadequate oxygen delivery to the blood or the body tissues and inadequate removal of carbon dioxide and waste products. So it's basically the kind of injuries from drowning, from choking, from strangling, from being crushed under the car jack to chemical poisonings, things of that nature. It's a very broad category.
All right, sir. Have you seen those type of injuries during your professional career?
Yes, sir. All of those that I described.
The next term, petechial hemorrhage. What would you be describing there?
Petechial hemorrhages are simply little pinpoint size hemorrhages, like this, literally the size of a pinpoint, that occur sometimes in tissues due to ruptured tiny blood vessels, and they're frequently a marking that some form of asphyxia occurred. They're not absolute proof of asphyxia, because I could see them in a heart attack victim sometimes, but they're the smoke that makes you worried about fire for asphyxia.
Some what may be common terms here, but abrasion, contusion, is there a difference between the two?
Yes, sir.
And describe what that is, please.
Abrasion is just a word that means a scrape, something that tears at the superficial layers of the skin, rubs them off, a scrape. Contusion is a word that simply means bruise, meaning that hemorrhaging has occurred into the tissues.
And with any of these injuries, well, let me go to the next three terms. Antemortem, perimortem, postmortem. What do those terms indicate?
Antemortem means before death. It's usually distinguished because there's hemorrhage in the tissues, and somebody has to have blood pressure in most cases to get hemorrhage in the tissue, unless there's some unique situations. Perimortem means I can't really be sure. Is it at the moment of death, just before death, after death? And postmortem means that there's just nothing to suggest that this is something that happened after, while the person was alive. It happened after they were dead.
So if you're conducting an examination and you see abrasions and contusions, are you able is it possible for you to come to an opinion as to whether they were before death?
Sometimes with abrasions, it's hard. Most of the time, the color changes and surrounding effects to the skin tell you that it is antemortem. Contusions, by definition, mean that there was blood pressure there, or almost always. As I said, there's always exceptions, but always means that there's blood pressure there. It means the person's alive.
And is that because the heart is beating?
It means that the circulatory system still has pressure in it.
Okay. And how does that pressure get there?
Okay, you're right. A heart's beating.
All right. I'm sorry. This is a word I always have trouble pronouncing, but comminuted fracture.
That's perfect. It just means a fracture that's broken, sort of like a china cup with all sorts of interlocking fracture lines running through it.
Hilar region, H-I-L-A-R.
As relates to this case, it refers to where the lungs join the middle of the chest and the trachea. It's the little bridge across between the right and left lungs.
Vaginal introitus.
The entrance into the vagina.
Cervix.
The cervix. Cervix literally means neck. I think it's Greek, I'm not sure.
So the cervix is located where within the vaginal area?
It's the end of the uterus, or the uterine. One of its old names is cervix uteri. It's cervix uteri. It's the end of where the vagina spills out into where the uterus spills out into the vagina.
Not sure if it's rigor or rigor. I've heard both. Mortis.
Either way, rigor mortis is stiffening of the muscles after death.
Livor mortis.
Livor mortis is the settling of blood after death. So you can see it under the skin.
So let's assume that an individual, I'm not speaking of Ms. Feldman here, falls over, heart attack, dies on the floor of their home several hours before somebody finds them. Are these two processes going to occur?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain that?
The rigor mortis will start forming after circulation stops and the blood starts getting more acidotic with lactic acid. The muscle fibers don't contract, they gel. So whatever position he's in, if, as I'm demonstrating, I have my arms in front of my head crossed, and that's the way it'll stay even if you turn him. The livor mortis or liver mortis will settle like sands in an hourglass to wherever gravity pulls them, unless somebody flips the body over again and then the sands start going the other way. But so assuming they're not moved, it will settle down. So if this person fell face up, then their back and their derriere would have a purple color to it related to the blood settling. And after a while, a number of hours, that blood stays there, even if I flip them over again.
Subarachnoid hemorrhage.
It means hemorrhage inside the skull on the surface of the brain on one of the very thin, delicate membranes that covers the brain.
And lastly, hemothorax.
Means blood in the chest.
Doctor, before I get to the actual examination of Ms. Feldman, you indicated that you performed the autopsy on the 19th of February 2015, correct?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you proceed to the scene where her body had been found?
Yes, sir. I think that afternoon.
So then obviously when you arrived, we can assume that her body wasn't there anymore, correct?
That's correct.
Um, when you went to the scene, did you enter the residence?
Yes, sir.
And did you proceed? Well, so you entered the front door, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is on the 19th. Do you recall whether you noticed any sort of odor?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Strong smell of bleach.
What is it, if you know, about bleach? What is it that would, I mean, like, I think most of us are familiar with using bleach during the laundry process on occasion, but what is it that you're smelling? What is that odor from?
Oh, bleach is sodium NaOCl. And so as it breaks down, because it's actually fairly unstable, you get chlorine release. So you're smelling chlorine type smells.
You enter the front door. Where do you go?
I went sort of to the central area of the living room. And at one point in time, I walked towards the back door. I don't think I went into the back. I might have taken a step in there, but that's basically it based upon my memory. The scene was still being actively processed, so I didn't want to do anything that might damage things.
Yes, sir. So showing you Exhibit 518. And I would ask you to assume, doctor, that assume, for the sake of my question, this back door here, Arcadia door, sliding door, opened to the backyard. Is that where you ended your walk at that point?
Somewhere around there, either stepping outside or just staying inside. I just don't remember.
All right, sir. I want to show you Exhibit 468. And, Your Honor, this is one of the more sensitive photographs.
We will not film these photos.
Doctor, I would like you to assume for me, please, for the sake of my question, that, and I'll show you another photograph in just a moment. .232, which is in evidence. Let me show you that one first. So assume for me that when police arrived, there's been testimony that Miss Feldman's body was found in this position at this location. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And then this photograph, assumed for me, was taken after her body had been removed by the medical examiner's office. What I want to do is focus on I'm going to call it a blood stain, blood stains. And what I want to ask you is, we've also had descriptions of blood in the living room area, various locations. The injuries that you observed, which of those injuries could have resulted in the blood that we're seeing here?
The sources of blood on her were her back of her head, on her nose, and in her vagina. The blood I'm seeing in this picture, including the feathering from hair moving through it, is blood from her head primarily.
In your examination of Miss Feldman's body, did you observe any post-mortem injuries, artifacts that might have been related to a product such as bleach.
Yes, sir.
Describe that for us.
Over various parts of the body, there was damage that was consistent with what I've seen before from bleach, where it's a caustic chemical that damages the tissue and typically leaves a yellow or gray appearance. There were splashes, little tiny bleach injuries, splash type ones, various parts of the body. There was even a ring of bleach damage in her umbilicus, her belly button. And there was bleach injuries all along the posterior backside of her body, where you could see where the bleach dammed against the skin that was forming a seal against the floor.
You mentioned the umbilicus. Let me show you Exhibit 519. Is this what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. That's a picture of her belly button.
All right. And so describe for us what about this appearance led you to conclude that this is a result of a product such as bleach?
It's what bleach does to human tissue. I've seen it many times before. It's sort of a yellowish color. Sometimes in here, the edges look a little brown. Sometimes it has a grayish color. It's a caustic chemical that's disrupting the tissue. Eventually, it would actually start eating further down.
At some point. Would it have been from would the force have been applied from the front or the back, if you have an opinion?
Brain strangulation occurs with the force applied to the front of the neck.
Well, we have this ligature that you've described, this potential ligature strangulation, and the injury was consistent with a ligature being used, correct?
Yes, sir.
In examining Ms. Feldman's body, were you able to come to any conclusion as to what was used?
Not really. I mean, there's nothing that, sometimes you have marks that say a chain was used. Sometimes you can see the pattern of a certain kind of rope. But I have no idea if when she received this injury, she was dressed and I don't know what was used, some kind of band that went around her neck from the front.
Was it different in appearance than a hanging?
Actually, it was very similar in appearance to a hanging in that the marks were on the front of the neck, across the front, and sloping upwards, and basically disappeared at the back of the neck by the time you reached the back of the neck.
So based upon your experience in your examination of Ms. Feldman, whoever was using this ligature to strangle, my terms, Ms. Feldman, strangle her or restrain her in some way, were they in front of her, behind her, to the side of her?
Relative to her body, they were behind her. I don't know if it occurred. She's on the floor, she's in a sitting position, standing, but the person was behind her.
Doctor, before I move to Ms. Feldman's hands, a photograph of her face that I neglected to show you, Exhibit 522. And I'd like, first of all, focus on her chin, if I can get it there. The chin area. What are we seeing here?
You're seeing an abrasion in that picture. In one of your previous pictures, there's a little bruising there as well.
And here again, do we see these marks that are at least consistent with some type of ligature?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to focus on her right ear for me, please. Appears there was an earring there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there an earring in her left ear?
No, sir.
And with this earring, you know, when you complete a postmortem examination, doctor, are there items that you sometimes turn over to the investigating agency?
Yes, sir.
And is that earring such an item?
It either went there or into property. Either way, it was conveyed to the appropriate people.
Dr. Exhibit 521, I'd like to focus on Ms. Feldman's nose, if you will. What are we seeing there?
You're seeing an abrasion going across her nose, probably some bruising underneath it. There's actually a small laceration on the upper part of her nose and a small fleck of some foreign material.
That, and that injury would have, in your opinion, been caused how?
It was a blunt impact injury.
Did it fracture her nose?
I didn't see a fracture in the x-rays and I couldn't feel a fracture.
Okay, now I'd like to move to her hands. Your Honor, what, 1149. Okay. Exhibit 524. And as sometimes happens with these photographs, I can't tell which hand this is.
This is the left hand.
All right. Describe for us what we're seeing here.
You're seeing the back of the lady's left hand. You're seeing multiple bruises, purple to purple blue bruises, primarily in her knuckle areas. You're also seeing some tan yellow discolorations that are probably splashed bleach.
And let's focus on the, I'm sorry, did you describe these as contusions?
These are contusions, that is bruising.
All right. There would there have been blood pressure when these were caused?
Yes, sir, the person would have been alive with blood pressure.
And they are a result of some kind of, are they a result of some sort of force?
Yes, sir, they're blunt impact.
So what are our options here?
She either struck something with her hand or somehow her hand was thrust in such a fashion that it struck something. It's either a blow or an impact.
Exhibit 525. Do we know which hand this is?
Yes, sir, it's the right hand.
Okay. Again, if you could describe any injuries that we see here.
On the back of this right hand, not on the knuckles, a little further back towards the wrist, there's multiple contusions on there. Then the yellow tan marks probably are splash bleach. They could be real abrasions, but either way, they're minor.
532. Which hand?
It's her right hand. I'm dyslexic, so I have to do this all the time. Sorry. Showing a contusion at the base of her thumb.
$531.
This is showing her left hand. And actually, most of it that you're seeing is the effects of bleach, where the bleach is actually starting to corrode into the tissues. That's the yellowish staining. But you're also seeing that 2 of her fingernail extensions have somehow been broken off.
$533.
Yes, sir.
Which hand?
This is the right hand. And other than the bleach effects, this is the palmar surface of the right hand, excuse me. Other than the bleach effects, and I don't know why it's blackened at that edge, I just don't know, but it's not a bruise. You're not seeing anything. The darkening over the base of the thumb is the normal muscle there. That's called the thenar muscle. And her fingernails here are intact. You can see the red extension that's missing on the other hand.
$530.
Yes, sir.
Which hand?
This is the left hand.
And again, are we seeing evidence of the bleach?
Yes, we're seeing evidence of the bleach, and we're seeing evidence of where her, what are these called? My wife gets them all the time. French extensions, whatever they're called, have been broken off.
Were there any fractures of her fingers?
Not that I detected.
This, I'm pointing here to the up, like above, I think I'm pointing to above her thumb, close to the wrist.
That's the thenar eminence.
Is that an abrasion or a contusion?
I think it's a contusion we saw in a previous picture, but it is a contusion.
All right, I think I've ended with the hands. I think this would be a good time to take a break.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. We will see you back at 1:30, and please remember that admonition.
Okay, I'm going to check on Brian Walsh, see if they're back yet. They should be coming back pretty soon. And I will switch over there while we are at lunch on this trial. So please give me a moment and I will have it switched over. Also, if you're not a member of our Discord, I'm going to be putting up our Discord QRU or Q code. Tonight we're going to start our holiday countdown in music or in movies. And we're going to be doing the red one with Dwayne Johnson. Please come and join us. It's a lot of fun. Thank you. And we are currently not back on trial. So give me a moment and we will be right back.
plead guilty, Your
To
Honor.
all 4 charges?
Yes, sir.
Becky Hill, the clerk of court in Alec Murdaugh's double murder trial, is in court admitting to crimes that she committed stemming from the high-profile trial. Hill's own words coming back to bite her in a big, big way.
Did you ever allow anyone from the press to view these sealed exhibits?
No, ma'am.
I go through all of it. I'm Anjanette Levy, and this is Crime Fix.
We turn to some brand new reaction this morning. Out of South Carolina, as former Colleton County Clerk of Court Becky Hill will not be going to jail for obstruction of justice and committing perjury. Hill pleaded guilty on Monday to showing sealed court exhibits during the Alec Murdaugh homicide trial to a photographer and then lying about it in court. Hill also admitted to 2 counts of misconduct while in office for taking bonuses and promoting a book that she wrote about the trial. The judge sentenced her to probation and community service. Here's what she had to say when she addressed the court.
There is no excuse for my mistakes. I am ashamed of them. And I will carry that shame with me for
I'm sorry for my actions.
You are unmuted.
So that conversation we had about the photo earlier, Commonwealth used a photo that is blurred out.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
The Commonwealth is to use the photo that is blurred out.
The blurry one.
The blurring one, and that's upon the representation that the defense is not contesting that that is a photo of her. Correct?
No, the blurred one is fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and there's no dispute that that's a photo of her, and you're content with me saying that to the jury.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sure.
Do you have an opinion as to whether the
Please be seated. Clerk's now in session. Turn off your cell phones, please.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Christopher Bernasconi. Sir, could you just call me, please? Please, clerk, just raise your right hand for me, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Okay, sir, right this way. So we maybe just take your time, just watch your step.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Christopher Bernasconi, and the last name is Bernasconi.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for TJ Maxx.
What do you do for TJ Maxx?
I'm a district loss prevention manager for District 1102, which is Metro Boston.
And how long have you been with TJ Maxx?
30 years.
And within Metro Boston, does that include the Norwell store?
It does not.
It does not. Have you had the opportunity to review videos from the Norwell store, though?
Yes.
And have you been designated as the keeper of records for TJ Maxx for those videos?
Yes.
And have you helped produce those videos prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Did you review them and make sure that they had not been altered in any way?
Yes.
One of the videos, though, there's a person that's blurred. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Is that then because the person wasn't 18?
That is correct.
Now, the videos that you turned over, that you helped produce from TJ Maxx, that was done in January of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And TJ Maxx, they maintain their videos in the normal course of business?
Correct.
And they are done in good faith?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sir, is this the drive that you were looking at that had the videos from TJ Maxx on it?
It is.
It is for January 4th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will proceed to have the drive of the January 4th, 2023 TJ Maxx videos from Norwell.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
And the TJ Maxx thumb drive 1423 is now in evidence as Exhibit 263.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish Exhibit 263?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video entrance? And Ms. Gilman, if you could press pause. Sir, where is this in the Norwell store?
This is referred to as the entry public view monitor, capturing the entrance of the TJ Maxx in Norwell.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 1 minute and 28 seconds on the video player? And Mr. Bernasconi, at the top of the video is a label. That is, do you see that? 2003-0104? The title of the video?
Yes.
You see that?
I do.
Okay. And the time on the video, is it fair to say that's 9:44 and 24 seconds as far as the start time?
That's correct.
Sir, are there any issues with the TJ Maxx videos as far as the accuracy of their time?
They're very accurate.
If you could press play. Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video cue? And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 8 minutes and 12 seconds on the video player, media player? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if you could press play. Sir, where is this in the store?
This is the public view monitor in the queue line, which is essentially the checkout area.
And Ms. Gilman, can we go to the final video for Register 4? Sir, where is this in the store?
This is above the cash register, Register 4, I believe.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And Your Honor, may I approach one last time?
You may.
Mr. Berlusconi, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Is this a receipt for the transaction that you just showed us videos of?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from TJ Maxx for January 4th from Norwell as the next exhibit.
Any objection? The receipt that corresponds to Exhibit 263 is now in evidence as 264.
And Your Honor, may I call
Publish it, yes?
Publish it. I just want to make sure I call it to the court reporter.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Berlusconi, what is the address for this store?
It's 10 Washington Street, Norwell, Massachusetts.
And does this share a parking lot with another TJX store?
Yes, the home goods division.
And could we go all the way down to the bottom? Right there. Sir, how was this transaction conducted? Was it cash or charge?
It was a store value card used to make payment in this particular transaction.
And how much was the transaction for?
$133.94.
And going all the way down to the bottom, if we may, what was the date and time of the transaction?
January 4th, 2023 at 9:53:59 a.m.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
No cross. Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Alyssa Kirby. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. You just hold me, please, okay? Take your time, just watch your step. You can have a seat. Hold that chair a little tight.
Okay. Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your name? Yes, Alyssa Kirby, ALISSA KIRB as in boy, Y. And where were you living in December of 2022?
I was living in Chevy Chase, Washington, D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna and Brian Walsh?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Walshes?
We were friends. I was introduced through my brother and sister-in-law.
And what's your brother's name?
Peter Kirby.
And so how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walsh?
Yeah. Anna and I quickly became really close friends. And yeah, we were new best friends, we called it. And we spent a lot of time together. We just kind of clicked like sisters.
And when did you become so close?
Shortly after she moved to Washington, D.C. and lived nearby.
So you said she lived nearby?
Yes.
Can you tell us how far she lived from you?
About 5 minutes around the corner, 5-minute walk.
And how often would you see her when you, once she moved to Washington, D.C.?
I would say we planned to try to see each other about once a week. It wasn't always that, but about that.
And how often would you communicate with her?
Similarly, about once a week, or when she would come back to D.C., we'd talk about when we could meet up and hang out.
And did you know Will Fastow?
I knew of him, yes.
And how did you know of Will Fastow?
Shortly after I started spending more time with Anna, she would talk to me about him as the man who sold her house, but then her interest in him and just hearing a lot about him as a person.
And what did she tell you about him?
She told me of that she was interested in him, that she had a crush on him, but it was a lot more talk about their connection and I guess, what she wanted to have happen with him and her, I guess, just her interest.
And what did she tell you about telling Brian Walsh about this crush on Will Fastow?
She told me that she was open with Brian about her crush on Will and that he knew.
In Christmas of 2022, did you have communication with Brian Walsh on that day?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Brian called me that day, and because he rarely or almost never called me, I answered, and he was looking for Anna because he said he hadn't heard from her. And so, because she lived around the corner, I offered to go over there and check on her.
And what happened? Did you go over and check on her?
As I was getting ready to go, he had messaged me back that he had gotten in touch with her.
So when you say that you had talked to him first and offered to check on her, did you do that in text, on the phone, or something else?
I believe that first time was a phone call, and then later was a text message.
And do you remember what time of day that phone call was?
Not exactly, but maybe, I feel like it was noon or early afternoon.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when you spoke to him on the phone?
That day, I think he was worried or a little bit nervous.
And approximately how long was it after you had spoken to him that he texted you?
I think it was within like 10 minutes because I was getting ready to go, and it was fast enough that I hadn't left yet.
And did you speak with Anna Walsh that day on Christmas Day?
Yes.
And when did you speak with Anna Walsh that day?
It was late, much later that day in the afternoon. I was already with family for the holiday, and she called me as she was driving up to Massachusetts.
And what was her demeanor when she called you?
She was very upset.
And when you say very upset, can you describe that?
Yeah, she was angry, and she was upset that Brian would have called me that day because, she said that she'd only not spoken to him for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, that it really hadn't been that long. And, there was already some strife, and then she had...
Sustained, non-responsive. I'll strike the last part. Ask the next question.
Certainly. So how long did you speak with her for that day?
Maybe like 20 minutes.
And did you arrange to see her again?
Yes.
And when did you plan to see Anna Walsh?
I can't remember exactly when we planned it, but I know we had planned a day to get together right before New Year's to kind of see each other, hang out, catch up, and like celebrate like a New Year's together.
And did you see her to have that celebration?
Yes.
And what day was that you saw her to have that celebration?
I believe it was the 29th.
And that was the 29th of what month?
Oh, December.
Of 2022.
Correct.
And where did you go?
We went a few places. We started at the bar that was across from where we lived, that we'd been to a few times. And then we later went out to a karaoke dancing bar.
And how long did you stay out that night?
Like 6 hours.
So what was her demeanor that night?
So that night, because of what happened after Christmas, she was really upset. She was kind of breaking down because everything had been really hard, which Anna was always a very strong person, so that was very unusual for her. And she was just really upset about so much. She really hit a breaking point. And yeah, we talked about a lot of things because she was so upset.
Ms. Kirby, can you tell me what she was upset about?
She was primarily upset about her and Brian's relationship, about being so far away from the kids, and feeling like she was upset having found out that the federal case was delayed, or she thought the federal case was delayed by Brian, and that she just really wanted to be with her kids. Their marriage had been really strained for a long time, and she told me how like upset she was and how frustrating that was, and how she was really at a breaking point.
Jurors, I'm going to remind you that the statements that are being offered with regard to Anna Walsh's state of mind are admissible. Again, limited to establishing her state of mind, as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill. To the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing the defendant's federal case, honest statements are admitted only to show the defendant's motive and not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit any criminal offense. You may proceed.
Thank you. Had you seen her like this before?
No. Anna was usually someone very, very happy, very joyful, very strong.
Okay, no characterizations, just your observations. Next question.
When talking, did she use specific words about what she had said to the defendant, which she had said to Brian Walsh, about the legal case?
What she told me about that was that she was upset because she wanted him to take responsibility. She wanted their family together. She wanted that whole process to be over, and she wanted him to be responsible, be accountable, and do whatever he had to do to keep their family together.
And what did she mean? What did she tell you that she meant by the word responsibility?
Yeah, at that point in time, responsibility was potentially just taking jail time. And admitting wrongdoing and just owning a mistake, and so that their family, that she would be waiting for them and that their family could be together.
Did she give you specifics of what she had told you about the amount of time?
I think it was all an estimate, but at the time she thought maybe a year.
What did she tell you about the physical separation and her family staying together?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask that well. What did she tell you about being in different states and what that physical separation might mean?
Yeah, that it was really difficult for the family, but that also, because of how difficult things were, she was contemplating what that could mean legally being able to take her children to Washington, D.C. And also the physical separation from a husband was very difficult for her.
What did she tell you about Brian and his mother?
She had always said that.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Ms. Kirby, in this conversation on December 29th, what did she tell you about Brian and his mother and a psychic?
She told me that Brian had told her that his mom went to a psychic and that the psychic had said that she was having an affair. And that night she told me how ridiculous that was and how like she was very upset by that. And she'd always felt that Brian's mom didn't like her, and that it was scary.
Did she say why? That she was, why that was scary?
Yeah, I think because she always,
Objection as to, I think. Yes, sustained.
Did she say why? Not your opinion, just did she say why in that conversation?
yes, what she said as to why was that she felt like his mom never really liked her and never like wanted her in the picture, basically.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to publish from one picture from Exhibit 145 on page 39.
It's already in evidence.
It is already in evidence,
You may
just
publish.
the picture.
You may publish it.
Thank you. Ms. Kirby, do you recognize that picture? Yes. Can you tell me who's that a picture of? Picture of me and Anna. And when was that picture taken? That night we went out on the 29th. I'm sorry, did you say that was the night from the 29th? That was during that night of December 29th. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you see Anna Walsh after the evening of December 29th into December 30th, because you said you were out late, of 2022?
No.
And when did, if you know, when did she leave for Massachusetts?
She left that next day on the 30th.
And when did you expect her to return to Washington, D.C.?
I think she had said like the 3rd or 4th. It was a few days after New Year's. She was planning to come back.
Of January?
Correct.
Okay. And when was the last time that you communicated with Anna Walsh?
Right after midnight on New Year's Day.
And after that exchange with Anna Walsh on New Year's Day, right after midnight, did you get a text from Brian Walsh?
Yes, on the 2nd.
Your Honor, I'd ask to get an exhibit and then approach.
You may.
I'm approaching with exhibit 164.
164?
Yes.
Thank you.
You want to just look at that for a moment? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And you can look through it all.
Okay.
And what are those?
Text messages between me and Brian.
Your Honor, may we publish exhibit 164 for the jury?
You may.
Thank you. So I'd specifically like to ask about on January 3rd, if we could go down. Can you read on page 2, can you read that in green?
Yes. It says, hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?
And how did you respond to that?
I said, hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu and I'm super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And when did you send that?
It looks like on January 3rd at 12:51 p.m.
And then did Mr. Walsh respond to you?
He said, you're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And then did you contact him later?
After that, I said, thank you. Yeah, and then the next morning, I was sick, so I slept the whole day. And the next morning, when I realized I hadn't heard back, I texted him, did you ever hear back?
And then what happened?
And then he said, no, they're looking for her at work now. And that's when I got really scared that something was wrong.
So what did you do after hearing that?
After that, I called my brother and I asked if he had heard from her and was explaining the situation.
Well, we can stop the publication. I'm sorry.
Sustained.
So just tell me what you did. What did you do?
Oh, after the text message, I called my brother and...
That's fine.
Okay.
That's all. And then what did you do after calling your brother? Did you speak with Brian Walsh at some point on the phone?
I did, but I don't remember if it was later that day or the next day on the phone.
And who was on the phone with Brian Walsh?
There were some calls that was just me and Brian, and there was one call with Brian and his mother.
And what was the call with Brian and his mother like?
Well, his mother was pretty combative. I think she sounded...
You approach sidebar? Yes.
going back for just a moment on the 29th, did Anna ever tell you how Brian reacted to his mother saying, the psychic saying that she was having an affair?
Yeah, she told me that he thought it was equally as crazy, or that was what he said to her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Yes.
Just stay on the microphone so we can hear you.
Can you tell me how you recognize that jacket?
As Anna's jacket, one that she wore.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
All right, any objection to that?
None, thank you.
Jurors, that'll be marked into an evidence as Exhibit 264, photo of Anna. The jurors, the face of Anna Walsh is blurred out for that photo, but there's no dispute that that is a photo of her in the jacket. In a jacket. Thank you. 265? Oh, yes. Thank you.
going back for just a moment on the 29th, did Anna ever tell you how Brian reacted to his mother saying, the psychic saying that she was having an affair?
Yeah, she told me that he thought it was equally as crazy, or that was what he said to her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Yes.
Just stay on the microphone so we can hear you.
Can you tell me how you recognize that jacket?
As Anna's jacket, one that she wore.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
All right, any objection to that?
None, thank you.
Jurors, that'll be marked into an evidence as Exhibit 264, photo of Anna. The jurors, the face of Anna Walsh is blurred out for that photo, but there's no dispute that that is a photo of her in the jacket, in a jacket. Thank you. 265? Oh, yes. Thank you.
265.
265, yes. You may.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cross? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kirby. Good afternoon.
It sounds like you and Anna got very close very fast.
Yes.
When she was down there, you guys would try to see each other about once a week?
Yeah.
Okay. And while she was down there, she was working for Tishman Spire?
Yes.
And obviously, you would text or talk on the phone sometimes during the week?
Yes.
And sometimes go for coffee walks around the neighborhoods?
Not coffee, but often walks, or we would meet up. Yeah.
I'm imposing my own desire in that. Okay.
Okay.
And her work schedule was pretty demanding while she was down in DC.
Yes.
And it wasn't uncommon that she would work until 7 or 8 o'clock at night?
Yeah, that was what she would tell me. Yes.
Okay. And then on top of that, she was flying back and forth to Boston on Thursdays or Fridays and returning on Sunday nights or Mondays?
Yeah, often Mondays, and then returning Thursday or Friday.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about that Christmas Day phone call from Mr. Walsh.
Okay.
You had mentioned that it was not common or out of the ordinary for him to have called you.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described him on that call as nervous and worried, right?
Yes.
And this was Christmas Day?
Yes.
And I think you told us it was about noon or a little bit past noon when he had reached out to you?
Mm-hmm.
And what he said is that he and the boys were expecting her home for Christmas and he hadn't heard from her.
What I recall he said was just ask me if I had heard from her because he hadn't heard from her.
Okay. And because of that nervousness or worry in his voice, you actually offered to go swing by her house to see if she was there.
Yeah, I thought that she was already back home for Christmas, and so that worried me, so I offered to go over.
Okay. And I think you said within 10 or 15 minutes, he actually reached out to be like, we're good. She reached out to me. She's okay.
He said he'd heard from her.
Okay. You had told us that you had also spoken to Anna on the 25th on the telephone?
Yes.
And you were telling us that she was angry and upset that Mr. Walsh had called you.
Yes, she was angry that, he had bothered me that day with that because she felt it had not been that long since they had spoken.
Okay. So it was Christmas Day and she was upset that he bothered you on a holiday
Mhm.
and that he worried you.
Mhm.
You had mentioned that Anna had a friend named William Fastow,
Yes.
and I think you told us that she shared with you that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And she told you that she told her husband that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And that Anna, when she was talking about sharing that with her husband, that they always had an open, honest relationship.
Yes, that was what she said.
Okay. And in that conversation, when she was telling you about how she had told her husband about having a crush on Will, that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
When she told me that, I was surprised, and she said that was their relationship. They were open, and that he wasn't jealous.
And not only was he not jealous, that she kind of wished he was a little more jealous.
I think in the way that a wife would want a husband to be protective. Yes.
Okay. And during the time you were friends in DC with Anna, and during these conversations, she never told you that she was having a romantic relationship with Will Fastow.
Not specifically, no. We talked a lot about Will, but not that anything had ever actually happened.
Okay. So you believe that they had a connection and she had a crush, but she never told you that they had been romantic or intimate.
Correct.
I think you had said that during this conversation on the 29th, Anna had said that lately she was just feeling drained of energy, right?
Drained of energy just due to everything going on. Yeah.
Okay. And she had also told you that she was someone that would stay up late and get up early in the morning, right?
I think she kept a busy schedule, not that she specifically always stayed up late and got up early, but that, she was doing a lot, and she just was a very energetic, passionate person.
And towards the end of December, there was a shift. There was a change in that.
Yes.
And she told you that she was falling asleep earlier and getting up later, and that was unusual for her.
Yeah, that she was really just starting to be sad, and everything was taking a toll on her. Yeah.
Okay. And it was, but when she was reporting this to you, she was talking about how even sleep, that she was falling asleep earlier, falling asleep earlier in the night. She was sleeping later in the morning than she usually would.
I don't recall that exactly, just that she said that she felt so tired and burnt out.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had plans to get together on 12/29, but you also had plans to go out on December 20th, the week before.
I don't think I remember that exactly.
Okay.
But we often would try to make plans, and then things would shuffle, so.
Okay. The plans I'm talking about on the 20th, she had canceled because she wasn't feeling well.
Right, yes.
Okay. You shared with us during that long night out with Anna that the two of you were talking a lot about how it was difficult that she was away from her family. Yes?
Yes, okay.
I'll apologize. And she told you that, she said to Brian, you need to resolve this. Even if you go to jail, we'll be here for you when you get out.
She didn't specifically say, like, this, then this. It was more like a conversation about taking responsibility, accountability, what that would mean, that could mean just owning it and taking the jail time, if that was what, because the sentencing hadn't happened, so we didn't know exactly what it would be, but that was something she wanted, for him to take care of their family in that way and just take responsibility.
Okay.
Have it be done.
And I think you told us earlier on direct that she said to him, we'll be there even if that happens, meaning her and the boys.
And I don't think she said that directly. It was more like communicating to me that she wanted their family to be together, even if that meant
Okay,
jail time. Yeah.
okay.
So I think they were still figuring out like what to do. They'd been living apart and she wasn't sure what would happen.
And so what you're telling us is that she wanted her family together and that she wanted him to do whatever it took so that her and Brian and the boys could be together.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Objection, Your Honor.
She stated it, she can answer it. So rephrase the question.
On December 29th, did she tell you, did she want her family together?
I think.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, listen to the question, answer the question if you can.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she wanted her family together?
She said that she wanted her family together. She also was exhausted and not really sure what to do, but I think she wanted her.
As to I think. All right. Sustained.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she loved the defendant, Brian Walsh?
She told me that he would often not tell her he loved her and would always ask her how much she was in love with him, and that she told me that this time she answered not as much because of everything that had happened. And yeah, that she was falling out of love, and also that she wanted, I think she saw.
Objection, Your Honor.
Again, I know it's a long time ago, but it has to be the statement she made to you, not what you think or what you understood from it. It's statements that she made to you.
Sorry.
And on December 29th of 2022, how did she physically appear to you?
Tired.
And on December 29th of 2022, did you go out to karaoke?
Yes.
And did she go dancing?
Yeah, it was karaoke dancing.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you. Also, counsel at the side of the bench. October 6, 2021. An initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution while the government through the United States Attorney's Office was seeking a sentence. Brian Walsh was arraigned in the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11th, 2018. April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction on October 6, 2021.
sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months, restitution in the amount of approximately $475,000. January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer in all stages of the federal case. Commonwealth may call the next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
All right, thank you. So with that, jurors, I told you that this case proceeds in chapters. That chapter of this case is closed. That is, the Commonwealth has presented all the evidence it wishes to present in this case. As I've told you from the beginning, there is no obligation, no burden on the defendant to do anything. And so I remind you of that. The burden does not rest with the defendant. All the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth, and it stays always on the Commonwealth. The defendant has the option to present evidence if he wishes to. I'm going to suspend the hearing for today, and we'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, ready to begin the day. Thank you very much. And before we leave, I remind you, don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you receive the evidence in this trial. Have a good night.
If there's anything all right, first, please leave your notebooks in the chairs. Watch your step.
Be seated.
What do we need to discuss?
First, we probably need to discuss, and then we'll move to required finding of.
Go right ahead.
And, Chief and Sheriff.
Give me a second to read your pleading. All right, I'll hear from you.
For the most part, Judge, I'm just going to rely on that pleading, but what's important in this case, for purposes of arguing the Lattimore standard and the required findings, that in the facts and circumstances of this case, even if you consider all of the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, that the circumstantial evidence and the inferences have not been proven on the elements of premeditation and intent. And it's important to distinguish the fact that where inferences can be reasonable when they have to do with other factual issues that do not constitute the specific elements of the crime charged, here, the inference must be beyond a reasonable doubt because it must support the element of premeditated murder, and it must support the specific intent to kill. And whereas the Commonwealth has based their whole prosecution on what we characterize as a three-pronged approach, that motive evidence that they theorize supports an inference of intent and premeditation, they have failed to present the type of quantity and quality of evidence that would then result in an inference beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walsh ever premeditated a murder or ever manifested the specific intent to kill. The three-prong approach that the Commonwealth took in this case was that Mr. Walsh was motivated by financial interest, which has not been established by any inference sufficient to carry the day, even on the Lattimore standard. The second prong is that somehow Mr. Walsh was using his children and his role as primary care provider to avoid going to prison, and that has not been established by any sufficient evidence. And then there's the third prong, and it has to do with the affair, and where it seems clear that the Commonwealth has established that Anna Walsh did in fact engage in an intimate affair with William Fastow. They have failed to establish sufficiently to withstand the Lattimore standard that he even knew about the affair. In fact, if you consider the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth from their own witnesses, there is no evidence presented to this jury that he knew about the affair, that he reacted to any knowledge of the affair. In fact, the reaction that he had fell far short of someone that was even jealous of the fact that Miss Walsh reported to him specifically that she had a crush on Mr. Fastow. And I understand, we understand that whereas motive is not an element, that's not what we're arguing, and I say in our motion that if the government stands up and says since motive is not an element, that the argument that we just made doesn't apply. Well, that misses the point, because that is the whole foundation of their prosecution in this case. And so respectfully, Judge, in the unusual circumstances and the complex circumstances presented in this case, I would ask that a required finding be entered on indictment 001.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Viewed in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the evidence is sufficient for a jury to find the defendant guilty of the premeditated murder of Anna Walsh. Your Honor, as to evidence that the defendant killed Anna Walsh, the defendant was the only adult in the house on January 1st after Mr. Mutlu left. There's evidence before the court that Anna was a fit and active 39-year-old, and in fact that she participated in a vigorous exercise class at Bar Method on the 31st of December, where she demonstrated that she was in good physical condition. Evidence of the bloody slippers, bloody bath towels, bloody carpet, and his broken Gucci necklace, combined with the defendant's internet searches about cleaning blood from wood floors, his purchase of large quantities of cleaning products, are sufficient for the jury to find that Anna met a violent death in the living quarters of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. To also point out there was a cut on the defendant's thumb, and there was evidence that he did purchase Band-Aids and some antibiotic cream on January 1st. As to deliberate premeditations, there's evidence that the defendant was aware of Anna's relationship with another man. He told police that he monitored the Chase credit card statement. That is an evidence before the court. That statement includes a purchase of a plane ticket to Dublin in Thanksgiving, over the Thanksgiving holiday in 2022. The defendant was aware of Anna's itinerary. He told police that he had suggested that she go out during a layover in Frankfurt, which she did have a layover in Frankfurt at one point of that travel. And again, looking at that travel, it's clear that looking at the Chase statement that it was indicated a trip to Dublin. The defendant told police that she had only gone to Serbia to see her mother. And I suggest the evidence is more than sufficient to find that he was aware of that trip to Dublin. He also searched Will Fastow's name on December 25th, and he also researched emergencies in buildings that Anna managed in D.C. I'd also point out that the defendant's phone, which he said was mislaid from December 31st to January 2nd, he told Mr. Mutlu that when Mr. Mutlu came for the New Year's Eve dinner. That phone was repeatedly unlocked and connected to a power source while it was supposedly missing. The evidence indicates that the defendant used that phone to create an alibi for himself. It explains why he was not contacting Anna. And then when he did say he recovered the phone, he started sending text messages to Anna, and he later showed those messages to police. It suggests he was using the missing phone as a way to create an alibi for himself. And to explain why there was no, he didn't have the phone with him when he went to Vin and Liquors and threw something into the dumpster, or when he was in Lowe's buying cleaning supplies and cutting tools on January 1st. Your Honor, there's also ample evidence of motive. There's evidence that the jury can find that if Anna took the children to D.C., the possibility of the defendant avoiding jail time on the federal charges would lessen. We heard testimony today about the impact of that on Anna and what she intended to do. Anna also had life insurance policies and financial accounts, which the defendant was the named beneficiary, and he stood to inherit substantial funds if Anna Walsh were deceased. And also, Your Honor, the defendant's elaborate web of lies regarding Anna allegedly leaving for a work emergency in D.C. He lied to friends, family, and the police about that. I suggest that that also is sufficient evidence to give this case to the jury, and would ask that you deny that motion for required finding of not guilty.
All right. The Latimer standard dictates that I take every inference, all the evidence and all the reasonable inferences from that evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. Adopting that standard, I'm not convinced by the defendant's motion. I'm not going to repeat the evidence that the Commonwealth has just, in brief, summarized for the court. That evidence that this jury has heard and seen is adequate to allow the jury to deliberate the case, in that, again, drawing all the inferences, reasonable inferences from the evidence that's before this jury, there is sufficient evidence for this case to go to the jury for them to determine the three elements that are before them. But it gets over the Latimer standard. So the defendant's motion is denied.
We would just object to the record.
I understand. You indicated to me at the side of the bench there were some evidentiary issues you wanted to address with me.
There are. Can we go to the sidebar for these, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
think earlier I recall you're describing the manual strangulation
related to fingernails.
All righty. The other trial of Ian Micham, Arizona versus Ian Micham, or the Allison Feldman Red Room trial coverage has resumed after lunch.
Manual strangulation, and you demonstrated a pinching action using your fingers, correct?
Finger and my thumb, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So, if we assume for the sake of argument that the marks you observed were from fingernails, do you know whether they would be the person who strangled her or from her struggling with the ligature?
I can't tell.
Showing you Exhibit 540. Doctor, we're looking at a photograph taken at the medical examiner's office of Miss Feldman's legs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what injuries, if any, did you observe?
In the picture, you can see on both legs, around the knees and on the shins, there are several bruises up to about 2 inches in greatest dimension. There's also a lot of splash effect that would be, or yellow damaged skin that would be consistent with the splash effect from bleach.
And the bruises or abrasions, would that have occurred while Miss Feldman's heart was beating, when there was blood pressure?
Yes, when she was alive, yes, sir.
Now, doctor, are you familiar with the term defensive injuries?
Yes, sir.
And what would that mean to you?
It's an interpretation of what you see as injuries. The interpretation is that you see injuries on the outstretched parts of arms, like forearms or on hands, that indicate a person is trying to fend off an attacker. So it's a conclusion, but it's based upon what you see.
Okay. And do you see that anything consistent with that, with the injuries you observed?
The injuries on her hands are consistent with that, and some of the bruises on her arms are non-specific, but they could be part of that.
Doctor, I have a couple of photographs that are in evidence to show you. So what I need for you, for the purpose of my next questions, assume a couple of things. These photographs were taken of an area of the swimming pool in Miss Feldman's backyard. Number one. So showing you Exhibit 97. And I want you to, if you will, please focus on this, what appears to be a missing pool tile. All right, sir? I would also ask you to assume, doctor, that, again, assume that the other earring that was not, that matched the earring that was on Miss Feldman's ear, that we saw a photo later, the other earring was found in the pool, okay? My question to you is, given the injuries to her, any of the injuries that you observed that could have been caused by forceful contact with the edge potential compression asphyxiation?
Well, the compression, it could have also caused some asphyxiation, but all I can be sure is it's a blunt compression.
Did you see any evidence of compression asphyxiation?
I saw that inside the chest, the hilum of the right lung, I think, had some hemorrhage around it, a slight tearing. There was also a collection less than a pint of blood in the right chest cavity, and there were bubbles of air going into the mediastinum, which is the soft tissue around the heart. And that there wasn't any single dramatic bruise on the front of her chest or bruise in the back of her chest, so it would be a very broad force that abruptly put a lot of pressure into her chest cavity, and that would be consistent with something like this tile.
Again, assume for me, doctor, showing you Exhibit 100, assume that Ms. Feldman's blood and her hair, part of her hair, was found on this tile. Would that be consistent with what you're describing?
Yes, sir, but it would also be consistent with that's how she could have gotten some of her head lacerations.
Doctor, when do you recall, doctor, giving the Scottsdale Police Department crime lab folks permission to take swabs of Ms. Feldman's, from Ms. Feldman's body at the scene?
No, I'm not the one that did that. Dr. Hu did that.
All right. The last thing I want to, I think it's the last thing that I want to ask you about. In your examination, did you find any injuries to Ms. Feldman's vaginal area, inside the vagina?
Yes, sir.
In doing that evaluation, are you familiar with the terminology sexual assault kit?
Yes, sir.
And did you utilize one of those?
I utilized at least some of the components of one. A lot of the components never matter.
Okay. So explain what you did.
Well, I followed whatever procedure we were doing at the time. There should have been a record of whatever samples were saved, but I basically saved any trace evidence I saw on the body surfaces, and then did at least under visualization a swab inside the vagina and a swab of the rectum, and I probably did a swab of the oral cavity, but again, I don't have those records.
And you would not have performed any testing of those items, correct?
No, I don't think we did slides back then. I do them now, but we didn't do them back then.
All right. And would those have been turned over to the investigative agency?
Yes, they would have been put into the chain of custody in our office and given to the police, yes.
Describe, doctor, what, if any, injuries that you observed to Ms. Feldman's vaginal area or internally of her vagina?
Near the outside of the entrance of the vagina, there were various tears associated with hemorrhage and the tissues bleeding and the tissues bruising, both on the right and left side. The largest one was on the left side, and it was fairly big. I'd have to refer to my report for the dimensions, but it's fairly big, and it extended inside to the inner wall of the vagina.
Doctor, could you turn to page 5 of 10 of your report?
Yes, sir.
direct your attention to the paragraph entitled Injuries to the Genital Area. Could you read that to yourself and
Could you approach, please?
Could you then read that section that I referenced to yourself, not out loud, but to yourself?
Yes, sir.
Now, one other preliminary question. Let's talk about this report for a moment. When you conduct an autopsy like you did of Ms. Feldman, is a written report prepared by you?
Yes, sir.
And does it document your findings that you saw at the time?
I hope so, yes, sir.
How long after you did your evaluation? Well, let me ask you this. Do you type it out yourself? Do you dictate it?
I don't know which one of those I was doing at the time, but if I dictated it, I used to use IBM type software. If I type it myself. And I actually always type my own reports since the 1990s.
So let me ask you this. You indicated that there was an injury that went internally, maybe not your words, but inside the vagina. What was the measurement of that injury?
I didn't measure how far it went inside the vagina, but the overall measurement of that laceration was 2.5 inches.
And describe the laceration extended internally, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by internal?
Meaning past sort of the circle that forms the entrance to the vagina, so that it's extending beyond the vulvar structures into the wall of the vagina.
Showing you Exhibit 534. Can you describe for us what we're seeing here, Doctor?
Yes, sir. You're seeing a picture of her vagina showing that laceration. I should have really said it's extending from the labia minora there, but it's extending into the vagina. You can't see it going inside. You also see one or two other lacerations higher up and lower. Oh, and to orient yourself, the top of the picture is the anterior part of the body, and the lower part, you can barely see it, you can see her rectum is the posterior part of the body.
All right. But you yourself, if I understood you correctly, observed the laceration that went internally.
Yes, sir.
Doctor, in your experience as a forensic pathologist, medical examiner, have you had any experience with injuries to the vagina of women caused by penetration by an object?
Yes, sir.
And I want to clarify that. I mean an object other than a penis.
Yes, sir.
Can you give us some examples of what you have seen?
I've seen a hairbrush pushed in to do damage with both ends probably used. I've seen bottles stuck in and that were the wrong size to be able to go in there. I've seen a crack pipe used, a metal crack pipe used to cause damage. I think I've seen glass used. I'm trying to remember that. I don't want to mix up cases between that and rectal injuries. But I've seen various things done. So do you have any opinions, doctor, as to whether or not the injuries that you observed were the result of penetration by the male penis? It's extremely, extremely, extremely unlikely. This is a healthy woman with normal tissues, not an elderly person where it would tear very easily. And to be quite frank, it's extremely unlikely a male is going to do that kind of thing that would leave injuries on himself. You mentioned, doctor, a bottle or glass could potentially have caused these injuries, correct? I've seen that before, yes, sir. So I want to show you what's in evidence, states Exhibit 10. Are you able to observe the glass bottle piece? Yes, sir. Could this have caused those injuries? And in its current state in the picture, yes, the glass edges could have caused tearing, a tearing that's somewhere almost to the point of cutting. And also the bottle cap could also have caused those injuries with its crimping. Doctor, one last question. The 2.5-inch long laceration that you described earlier that extended internally into the vagina, where did that laceration end? It ended on the internal vaginal wall. Can you tell us where in relation to the cervix it ended? If the person is standing upright, it would be below the cervix. Thank you. I have no further questions.
And cross-examination by the defense whenever you're ready.
you're practicing in California, your Arizona license has expired.
Yes, a long time ago.
And from your involvement in February of 2025 in whatever time that you actually left Maricopa County until September, you weren't involved in this case.
I don't think so. I mean, maybe somebody made some phone calls, but I didn't have any defense interviews, prosecution interviews, and nothing like that. No, sir.
Okay. And you didn't testify in any other proceedings in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Is that typical?
Is that typical? When I leave a state, unless there's something unique or a strong need on one party's part or the other, they usually just farm it off to one of the other people locally here.
So it's common practice that if a medical examiner leaves to another area, then a current medical examiner in Maricopa County is assigned to represent the medical examiner in Maricopa County in a particular criminal case in Arizona.
Yeah, I had to do it for Dr. Schwartz here. I did it in Maricopa County for Dr. Schwartz. So yes.
So the reverse has happened when you're in Maricopa.
Yeah, and in New York City as well.
County. Okay, thank you. And when the state contacted you, did you ask them to send you some materials to review?
Yes, sir. I asked them because I had nothing. I had kept nothing from the office, so I asked them for the autopsy report and relevant photographs.
Okay. And some of the records you reviewed were the autopsy report, the photographs, transcripts from another medical examiner from another proceeding in this case?
Dr. Wallace, yes, sir.
Okay, and transcripts of the defense interview of that other medical examiner in this case?
I don't remember the defense interview, but I'm pretty sure I had it, yes, sir.
Okay. And the transcript was from proceeding?
Interview, but I'm pretty sure I had it, yes, sir.
Okay. And the transcript was from proceeding?
Interview, but I'm pretty sure I had it, yes, sir.
Okay. And the transcript was from
interview, but I'm pretty sure I had it. Yes, sir.
And the transcript was from proceeding.
Interview, but I'm pretty sure I had it. Yes, sir.
And the transcript was from proceeding.
Interview, but I'm pretty sure I had it. Yes, sir.
And the transcript was from proceeding.
CIA to conduct operations. Folks, we are working on trying to get this back. I have no idea why I have the circle of death. Please give us a few and we will be back soon.
experience as a forensic pathologist, medical examiner, have you had any experience with injuries to the vagina of women caused by penetration by an object?
Yes, sir.
And I want to clarify that. I mean an object other than a penis.
Yes, sir.
Can you give us some examples of what you have seen?
I've seen a hairbrush pushed in to do damage with both ends probably used. I've seen bottles stuck in and that were the wrong size to be able to go in there. I've seen a crack pipe used, a metal crack pipe used to cause damage. I think I've seen glass used. I'm trying to remember that. I don't want to mix up cases of traumatic and rectal injuries. But I've seen various things done.
So, do you have any opinions, doctor, as to whether or not the injuries that you observed were the result of penetration by a male penis?
It's extremely, extremely, extremely unlikely. This is a healthy woman with normal tissues, not an elderly person where it would tear very easily. And to be quite frank, it's extremely unlikely a male is going to do that kind of thing that would leave injuries on himself.
You mentioned, doctor, a bottle or glass could potentially have caused these injuries, correct?
I've seen that before, yes, sir.
So I want to show you what's in evidence, states Exhibit 10. Are you able to observe the glass bottle piece?
Yes, sir.
Could this have caused those injuries?
And in its current state in the picture, yes, the glass edges could have caused tearing, a tearing that's somewhere almost to the point of cutting. And also the bottle cap could also have caused those injuries with its crimp.
I'll give you just a moment. Doctor, one last question. The 2.5-inch long laceration that you described earlier that extended internally into the vagina, where did that laceration end?
It ended on the internal vaginal wall.
Can you tell us where in relation to the cervix it ended?
If the person is standing upright, it would be below the cervix.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
And cross-examination by the defense whenever you're ready.
steroids and I wasn't getting in an airplane. They're stable.
And because you're practicing in California, your Arizona license has expired.
Yes, a long time ago.
And from your involvement in February of 2025 and whatever time that you actually left Maricopa County, until September, you weren't involved in this case.
I don't think so. I mean, maybe somebody made some phone calls, but I didn't have any defense interviews, prosecution interviews, and nothing like that. No, sir.
And you didn't testify in any other proceedings in this case?
No, sir.
Is that typical?
Is that typical? When I leave a state, unless there's something unique or a strong need on one party's part or the other, they usually just farm it off to one of the other people locally here.
So it's common practice that if a medical examiner leaves to another area, then a current medical examiner in Maricopa County is assigned to represent the medical examiner in Maricopa County, in a particular criminal case in Arizona.
Yeah, I had to do it for Dr. Schwartz here. I did it in Maricopa County for Dr. Schwartz. So yes.
So the reverse has happened when you're in Maricopa.
Yeah, and in New York City as well.
Okay, thank you. And when the state contacted you, did you ask them to send you some materials to review?
Yes, sir. I asked them because I had nothing. I had kept nothing from the office, so I asked them for the autopsy report and relevant photographs.
And some of the records you reviewed were the autopsy report, the photographs, transcripts from another medical examiner from another proceeding in this case?
Dr. Wallace, yes, sir.
Okay, and transcripts of the defense interview of that other medical examiner in this case?
I don't remember the defense interview, but I'm pretty sure I had it. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the transcript was from proceeding.
Okay, this is pretty interesting. It seems like they just ended the stream. Don't understand. Not sure why. Okay, this is pretty interesting. It seems like they just. Okay, I'm just going to have to keep an eye on this to see um, if they're bringing up another stream, or if they're done for the day and they just cut off like they just did. So I'm going to go ahead and bring back up the ending of the Brian Walsh trial for today, and then probably call it a day. But let's first.
Mr. President, for months, our Democratic colleagues have been fear-mongering about our healthcare system. You know, they blame everyone but themselves. Skyrocketing premiums Americans are dealing with today. The truth is, Obamacare destroyed, absolutely destroyed our healthcare system. It is completely
presented to this jury that he knew about the affair, that he reacted.
Which is why not a single Republican voted for the Senate or the House when it was voted on. You see, Obamacare was always destined to fail. You can't pump billions of dollars.
Thanksgiving holiday in 2022. The defendant was aware of Anna's itinerary. He told police that he had suggested that she go out during a layover in Frankfurt, which she did have a layover in Frankfurt at one point of that travel. And again, looking at that travel, it's clear that looking at the chase statement that it was indicated a trip to Dublin. The defendant told police that she had only gone to Serbia to see her mother. And I suggest the evidence is more than sufficient to find that he was aware of that trip to Dublin. He also searched Will Fastow's name on December 25th, and he also researched emergencies in buildings that Anna managed in D.C. I'd also point out that the defendant's phone, which he said was mislaid from December 31st to January 2nd, he told Mr. Mutlu that when Mr. Mutlu
You indicated to me at the side of the bench there were some evidentiary issues you wanted to address with me.
There are.
So I think that we all have our tasks for the evening, and I'll see you back tomorrow.
Okay, by the looks of it, we have seen all of today's for Brian Walt. So it's now 3:35. Why don't we go ahead and call it a day for the stream, and pick it back up tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. with the Brian Walsh and the Mitcham trial, to see how it is tomorrow. If they start at the same time they started today, it would be about 10 o'clock for the Mitcham trial, and we'll be on at 6 for the or the Brian Walsh trial. So you all have a good night. Please keep sending prayers and good vibes to Ada and her family so they can get their health back back, and Ada will be able to enjoy her graduation. So for tonight, that's all, folks. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good evening. Bye.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.